How you guys doing? Wool? Proxy? I see you out there. How's your nights going? I'm doing all right. A little more actually awake today. All right, those are still locked. That's a good sign. Still laughing at Wolf for locking herself out of admin. I had to go back through some chats to even like remember what our password was. This is the one that McDougal wants to take his tires off that one. Okay, that one's mine. That's the new one we got. No, that's not the new one we got. That's the new one we got. What is that one? I don't think this was here before. When was the one that McDougal went and got? You actually might be. I'm pretty sure this is the one that yeah, Marbles left that there. So that one in the corner must be the new one. It's either that one or the stripped down black one here. Oh, talking about, I just said that one was mine. This is the one I'm trying to kill. One of these is new. We have so many cars up here now, I don't even know whose is whose anymore. Let's see. Kind of looks like nobody's actually been up here. Except you're open. I don't think anybody's actually been in here. It's a good sign. Hey, Murphy. It's going pretty good. How's your night going? Ooh, we got lots of NPC gear. You thinking about trying some Banov at all? No, nope, nobody's been up here. Is it supposed to be on the starting screen? No. I'm a professional. It's okay. All you must be doing is looking at the loot tents. That we, you know, that we try to keep super secret and hidden. Oh yeah, you know, totally professional, top professional, you know. And now it's just a black screen wall. All right, screens. What did you break? I think I have a fix for it. There we go. For whatever reason, it was just DayZ not being picked up by OBS for some reason. But it should be good now, hopefully. Throw that in the food tent. Potato. Okay, remember, this potato doesn't get cooked. This is the one Marbles wanted for planning. Was this food tent or medical? Your food. Let's sneak that in there. You've been playing a lot of DayZ recently? Yeah, I've caught a little bit of the Project Blackpoo stuff. I know a couple of us, we did try Blackpool one night, but we didn't really get very far. The only thing I kind of don't like about that one is just how cold it is. It's like Namolsk temperatures. Hold on. No, you should go there. They heard me. Don't cook that potato. And if Foxy, if you're still here too, have you been thinking about you still thinking about hopping on as well? Well, those are all closed. You are on? I'm in the hangout chat if you want to jump in there. And then I can make an attempt to try to pick you up. Never. Or if you do jump on Banov as well, if you there's a bunch of us rolling, so you're more than welcome to also, you know, hop in and hang out. I see you up there. Just still an empty tent. It is. All right. Spare ammo. And it's gonna start raining, of course it is. Let me see if I did the gravity spare parts. Get water. should bring at least like a reed eater. I don't remember where we are throwing car parts. You in the car? I don't need that door. You have a door. You have a door there. Can't squeeze in there. I don't know whose stuff that is. Is it the black curtain? Ada tires. Well, I don't need an Ada tire, but I do want one of those extras. One of those extra. Get these thrown in here. Then I have extra battery. We don't have any more extra spare tires, it looks like, though. We have to keep an eye out for a spare tire. You wonder why? Okay, we've gone through it. We've gone through a couple of them. You know, we've a couple things have happened. A couple tires are ruined. And I see a proxy in Hangout, but I've not heard proxy. I mean, well, between myself and McDougal, you know, we've gone through a couple tires. Have I talked at the proxy? I have. So apparently I need to lay out some proxy treats to like coax you out of hiding.
Should add my mic muted on my mixer. What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know, but apparently it worked. You know where, like around like what town you're in?
Haven't the slightest.
Are you even in a town?
I'm in some town to the west of a spawn town.
Okay, you've narrowed it down to about 30, so we're getting there.
There was a church on a hill to the west. Oh, multivitamins. Thank fuck.
Are you like sick?
I've got a cold.
Ah. It does rain a good, you know, a fair amount. So apparently proc streets are usually grenades and clown paint.
Proxy treats are grenades and high tier ARs.
Maybe throw coffee in there too.
Coffee. I don't drink coffee.
Wow, you and Marbles both don't drink coffee.
I mean, I do drink coffee, but I'm not like an avid coffee drinker. Like, I'll drink coffee.
We talking like just like a straight black coffee?
Hell no.
Okay.
Ugh, disgusting.
Solid flavor in it?
Yeah. Fucking people who drink straight black coffee are masochists. Although I do thoroughly enjoy chocolate covered coffee beans.
Like as a snack? Those are pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I see a town sign. Give me 2 minutes.
He might be in Deverick. What if he's down in Deverick?
Maybe.
I have to try to find that. I know I gave Marbles directions of how to get there. So there's a good chance you might be in Deverick. Or around there.
Yeah.
That's what Wolf told me in chat.
She's very smart. That is exactly where I'm at.
So we did just end up picking up Chris there last night. Marbles was driving and I was navigating, so I might have an idea. Barely if I keep getting down there.
Here, a cow.
Get your third piece of steak.
Yeah, no shit. I just realized once we get rid of the Doug mod,
I gotta fix that.
We're gonna have to adjust some values on animal food.
Because if we don't, yeah, you're gonna be getting just buttload of meat.
One cow will last you the entire wipe.
I think I took the right turn there.
Son of a bitch, I missed.
I should be going straight south.
I also just realized I don't have gloves. Fuck.
You have rags?
No.
Bit of a whoopsies? Okay, now we're in Timbo. I don't think I have to make a turn until I get down to Podludsny. Because there's a turn you can make in Podludsny, go over the bridge, then go down to the roundabout. I'm gonna get lost if I take a turn. I mean, this was the way I took Marbles last night when I was giving him directions. we were lost for a while. We thought we were lost. Because it was more of like, you know, trying to kind of figure out, like, you know, I'm not the best navigator.
And there's a lot of cars on this server.
Have you seen the our HQ?
Yeah. This on a Sarka, it just needs 3 wheels.
Probably because it's been stripped for parts. Though, if you do happen to see any more Gunters, though, we need spare wheels. I don't know if I can risk it actually hitting zombies.
Oh shit, there's somebody here.
Oh yeah, no, I took my car. Alright, and I should be able to take this right through Desert Feast. Hey Grizz. Yeah, he's around the same town that you were in last night. So I'm trying to shoot down over there to pick him up. So I think if I follow this straight out, I should end up coming down to that rotary. And since Marble's not in the car and driving, I don't have to take it safe. I can actually fly with it. Because now it doesn't matter if it wrecks or not.
Where the hell are all the wells?
In Banov, they're a little more spread out.
Fucking him. Oh wait, I just popped a multi. I'm drinking out of this river. About to die of dehydration.
And then when I get to the rotary, I believe I can just swing it east. Yeah, like east and cut down south. Which I think goes under a bridge. Alright, rotary. Not that road. Cause that was a northern one. That's a fake one. This one right here. Alright, I'm getting closer to you.
Go.
I think I'm on a straightaway now, right into Deverick. Then you should end up seeing a black Gunter with a red hood, no doors.
Alright, shoot. Any car I see. Got it.
I mean, you could. I'm technically driving this thing until it dies. Because it has a badly damaged frame. Okay, I don't know if the server likes me going over 100. Did you by any chance go over a bridge yet?
Nope, I'm still chilling in Deverick.
I think I need to pop up there.
Here, give me a second. Did you hear that?
No, but I'm in Deverick now.
You're in Deverick, but didn't just hear my gunshot.
Did you hear mine?
Yeah, what the fuck? Deverick is huge.
So you're probably on the opposite side of Deverick right now?
Here.
What are you shooting?
That was a DB.
Not hearing it. But I also have my in-game volume turned down because of the car.
That'll probably do it.
Need that earplug mod so bad. There is a road that has like a singular apartment building, like the tall ones.
I am currently by a 5G antenna. Oh, hey, I know where you're at.
Where that like that one lone
Yep.
places. Yeah,
You're to the east of me.
I'll meet you here.
Alright, there's the lonely church.
Did I bring any food with me though? I didn't. You're not starving or anything, right?
I am yellow hunger.
I got
just hit
okay.
yellow hunger.
I got a can of beans.
Can of beans.
I just realized now, like I got all the way down here, and I'm like, I didn't grab any food.
I did shoot that cow, by the way. So. Why do you have the tag ADHD?
You just noticed that?
Yes.
I do. Well, you can put up to 10 tags, I think. So like, I felt like pick that one. I'm like, sure, why not? Maybe people, you know, well, they'll understand why I do things the way I do sometimes. What's up? Who's begging? Hey, Haas.
Yeah, I'm at PD right now.
How's your day going?
So I will be there momentarily.
All right, ready to shoot you as soon as you show here?
I mean, I know where you're at, so. Hashtag stream snipe.
How dare you? How absolutely dare you?
Yeah, when he first put this server up, this is the furthest I got, was PD.
I think when we threw the server up as well, a lot of us got like around here and and now we're just all holed up at McDougal's old place. Of your background while you put a bed frame together? That's right, you were doing the moving. How was your move going? Your beat? Oh, I can only imagine. You need a bed to sleep on tonight? Nah, this is when you throw, you throw the mattress on the floor and you call it a day. The move was a success? Nice. Ah, shit. Alright, fine. You gonna rob me? I'll make you a deal. If you don't rob me, I'll give you bacon. Do you want to eat before we, get in the car? It's a bit of a hike. You might want to eat. That's what everybody keeps saying. Because it's the truth. You just throw that.
I was looking at your stream the whole time to see where you could see.
I had a feeling too, like I'm gonna be looking here. If he's watching stream, he's gonna come from like this way, like up and around, or get in my blind spot.
Alright. And while you're driving, my food just got here, so I'll be right back.
Perfect. Well, guys, we did it. I managed to get all the way down here and pick him up. And I didn't get lost. Oh, that was the worst time for a sneeze. Now I just have to remember to cut down back on the road under the bridge. So I think like right here. Of course it's a hay bale. I'm just gonna confirm. That's the northern road. Well, I mean, this is the vehicle that, can be broken. This is the one I'm allowed to drive how I want. can't fly as much as you used to with all these like new like things in the road. And I believe it was this one to go down and then curves up north. Am I just leaving? The town name kind of messed me up there. I think on the map that one's listed as Horny, not Dolene. How's it dinner night? The moms? Okay, so yeah, that threw me off completely seeing that name, and I'm like, wait a second. And then take this up to Desiree. Cut over into Pod. I think from there, it's, I mean, once you're in Pod Ludsney, it's pretty much just a straight shot. And then if we get all the way up there, we have actually managed to finish the mission of driving to a place and driving back without getting lost. Hold on. I took the wrong road, didn't I? did take a wrong road. How did I end up going? Am I not really far south right now? Well, all right. That was a fail. I'm near like the city. I must have taken the wrong exit on the rotary. And then I ended up going south. I knew the area looked familiar, but not familiar to the way, you know, the northern area. Yeah, I think when I went into the rotary, because I was trying to follow the signs, like to go like the way you're supposed to go, and I exited the rotary one turn early. And I took the other southern exit when I wanted the one that shoots out kind of eastern that turns up north. Silly rotaries. Because that's the turn you'd want to take if you were going near like the big city, or you were trying to like go down that way to cut across over to like the east. All right, well, we got a spare at least now. Anything else on here I can take? Yeah, I almost like just flew right by it. I should run in there real quick. There's a couple cars there. So I took the wrong turn out of the rotary. but I'm not lost. I just ended up going down like the southern road. Really? Not gonna let me have you? Fine. No, you can stay there. So I had to spin around and go back up. I'm heading back up to the rotary, but I did find some, you know, vehicles to kind of poke through, which I did end up getting a spare wheel. Score. Two spare wheels. So while Proxy is getting his food, I'm checking cars. There's a spare there. Can throw in the that one circuit. Spare Ada wheel. Nothing on this one apparently. Darn. Alright. That's not terrible then. So we got 2 extra Gunter wheels, 2 extra Sarko wheels. I'll just leave that in for now. Unless I can... Might be able to kind of like squeeze that in there. All right. So we got an extra door too. Hey, Brox, are you there?
Yeah.
Did you hear those 2 gunshots really close by?
Yes, I did.
We can go take a looky, see. That was close too.
Oh, yep.
Hunting maybe?
Don't worry, I'll BK-18 the fuck out of it.
Sounds toxic.
He's just being truthful. I was trying to be silent, but okay, jeez.
silenced. It was a silenced fucking IJ.
I
Next
bet
time I'll just shoot it with the double barrel.
that'd be a marbles move. The person probably was hunting out here. You take that side, I'm gonna go a little more to the road in case they like start cutting up the road. Because I did leave a perfectly, you know, ready gunter. They can just hop in and go. You've never seen the UFO? I used to see that thing all the time. Well, if those were hunting shots, good chance that they'll stop to cook here.
Yeah, I think I see a dead animal up on the hill. Oh, maybe not. Just render bullshit.
They have eyes.
Where?
He's by the main road. Two of them. One's down.
I'm coming. Currently behind the like big apartments. Yes.
Yeah, I'm backing up a bit because they popped off like 3 shots.
got him.
What was that?
Did one have a blue dry bag?
There's one. I don't know if he's dead, but he did fall like straight forward. And then his buddy took off.
What was his buddy wearing? You know? Because I'm with a guy. He's running away from me.
It might be the guy depending on side you're on. I don't know. This is the third.
Your shot?
Not my shot.
Okay, that was an AK.
So we have a third party.
Killed one.
Okay, my guy's definitely dead. That's what I thought. Then the other guy, those are Eastern shots from I think the other guy who ran.
I killed my blue dry bag guy. Someone put his hands up and he started running.
That was probably because they were getting water at the well. So those were your pistol shots?
No, I shot him with a BK.
Okay, so there's somebody else who just shot then. That was to the east. Might run back up towards the church. And then you killed the guy with a blue dry bag on the western side?
Yeah.
Yeah, you killed a third person.
Oh well. Yeah, I see you. I'm a ways behind you.
Alright, so the other guy ran eastern. I don't know where he's hiding though. And then I killed his buddy by the well. And whoever the buddy is has an unsilenced pistol.
I want to know where that AK shot came from.
You in the church reloading?
I was, yes.
Alright.
Wasn't in it. Oh.
That was me.
Oh my god, you shut the door and it sounded like a far off fucking gunshot.
So that AK could have been the same. Well, was that AK to the near where you were or eastern?
Oh, it was this way.
So it may have been the same guy. You may have picked up an AK from like the city. No, that was Alicia's. Most likely Alicia's.
Yeah, because I know the map.
The airport. Or as Marbles likes to call it, Alicia's landing strip.
Okay, now what was that?
A second one going off. So I guess we leave the one lone guy there to pick up after his buddy. You know, this is why the main spawning areas are so dangerous. You just never know who's gonna, you know, might get shot from. You know, that's why the crime rate's so high there. You definitely don't want to rent.
Well, calling us freshie killers. Listen, I told my guy to put his hands up, and he started booking.
To be fair, you did give your guy at least a chance.
Whereas Nene over here. Oh, look, guys.
I
SVD.
I missed my headshot, but I got him in the chest. So they seemed confused because I missed like 3 shots.
Yeah, I saw. You shot at them 3 times.
And they didn't run?
No, he was a third wolf. He wasn't with them.
Like, I wonder if it just sounded weird and they didn't realize they were being shot at.
Oh, what was that sound?
It kind of had that feeling of, was that a shot? Think. Was that a shot? Think. We might be getting shot
that was
at.
definitely a shot.
Then the one that lands. Oh no, we're getting shot. Because sometimes when those shots do land, they are like a little, like, you know, you may not realize what it is. Also, I saw Bertha in here.
Yeah, he came in and then he left.
Oh, hopefully we didn't kill Bertha. No, he would have ran. Like, he would have, like, moved, like, maneuvered around. I feel like, you know, if you do go into like the southern towns, you're more likely to run into people to like kill and rob.
Especially on a lowly populated server like this.
That's not my turn.
just remembered. Hocus Pocus 2 is out.
It is.
I know what I'm watching before going to bed tonight.
Look at the map real quick. Are they gonna keep going on this road? This is the road that goes to the bridge to Podlodny. Clown culling. If this is Volkova, I went there. Yep, Podlodny. So I did take that wrong turn out of the rotary. Now back up to Tibbo.
Speaking of clowns, has anyone talked to the clowns lately?
Are we talking about Carnival Discord?
Yeah. That shit is dead.
I'm not in the Discord anymore.
Oh, did you leave?
I left months ago.
How dare you.
Because I
I
had,
haven't even seen Tedek online lately
because I didn't have
on
like,
Discord.
I didn't have like tags to see the actual like what they were talking about. So
You could have gotten, I mean, if you weren't in the carnival, you still could have gotten past clowns, though.
I had the past clowns tag, like the retired one, but I couldn't see like like current talks.
Oh, yeah, you don't get that with...
No.
But yeah, like, Tedek haven't been on in a while on Discord, and I'm like, what the fuck, where's everyone at?
I mean, Marvel's is I think still in there. The last I know from what he said, they bunch of them wanted him to like find them a new like game they could RP in together.
Project Omega. Hello? I've been trying to get them to come over to the fucking server for months.
I think though it is. I think it part of it is like it's the whole niche part of the no OC comms.
That's the beauty of it, though. Makes everything even better.
It can, but I mean, there was one point where even Scuzz, and I understand his point of view, where like he likes to play like or he's hanging out, so he likes that little like that side com part of like being able to chill with like the person, not the character.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
And like with Project Omega, it's a little more, I mean, you could not be in character. There's no rule says you have to be in a character, but you would be talking about all this stuff out loud in game. Timo. Next up, Krasnavast. How's your food and water?
Halfway.
I'm kind of worried, like, since I have no fender and a badly damaged frame, that bumping into a zombie might be bad.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you in a bit. And I plan on driving this thing until I have a squirrel moment where I drive back into the side.
Squirrel.
Because that's why it's even damaged to begin with. Like, I got slightly distracted by something, and then, like, distraction, like, led to, like, a confusion of, like, where am I? What am I doing? And it looks like I'm just driving straight into the billboard.
I did that while playing American Truck Sim. Cause I had my rig set up, and I was driving, and I got a text message, and I looked down, and I replied, then I look up, and I slammed into a pile of cars that were at a stoplight.
Like, do you get, like, it's like a distraction, then, like, a slight moment of confusion? Like, your brain has to, like, almost remember what you were doing? Oh shoot, do I have to turn here? Trying to remember if I needed to turn here or go straight. I really feel like I'm supposed to take that last turn. You know what? The easiest part is checking just which direction I'm going. goes north. Well, I was actually right.
Good job. You only got slightly lost.
Slightly lost, and then I think there's one turn in this. Or actually, no, this might have been just a straight shot. Yeah, my only slight getting us lost was just taking the wrong turn out of that rotary. But I did also find car parts, and we killed 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you remember if this was a straight shot? Once you're on the dirt road?
That's a bear shit in the woods.
I would hope so, because if it's not, where else is it shitting? Hey, I actually did it. And welcome to McDougal's. We only have a couple cars, you know.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm really surprised. I actually didn't make it all the way up here. Alrighty. So, at the far end, you have gun tents. And then you have like attachments. And so on. One of those tents is also like PID. The ones closest to the house are medical and food. So, and one of them has armbands. So, feel free to take what you want. Bags and everything. Uh, I think Bull did say there's an AUG you can have as well. The back one. Is this one all? That one's all blacked out. But you're all black and red. All blacked. Oh. Yeah. Guess I'll just leave that door there. Throw the extra Sarka parts in there. Oh, hold on. Did I just throw a Gunter wheel in there? I did. That's what I want. Put that there. I still might bring one of the extra wheels over. All right. What do you have in there? Truck parts. Truck battery. We'll keep that extra tire. Throw one extra tire in here. You think you left the mag next to it? Alright. Just the one extra. Yeah. Well, I'm all topped up on that, so we will go. We'll put that away. Go drop this in food. Seed packets. There is also, in the side room of the cabin, there's more barrels with stuff in it.
Gotcha.
We do kind of need those, yeah. They're nice to have, those extra, those blood bags. I don't really remember what's in them, I just know there's stuff in them. We'd have to hit up probably a few more of those medical tents, see if they have any more of the blood collection. I know we can get the IV starting kits like real easy, because I got the was it rabbit was like just loaded with them. They just hit up a hospital. I don't even know if the hospitals are going to be, you know, even that like as good as Rabbit's been. Rabbit has been really good. Yeah, no, you go to that city. I mean, that's risky business going there. I mean, you don't know what could happen in the capital. People just shooting people. It's crazy down there. Wonder if Happy Bombs has medical tents too. I know Marbles had the idea of also, I think, checking out Kopake. Not for medical stuff, but it is a hunting area. just like looking at the map right now. Kopek said it would be, it's an interesting one to get to too, because there's not really a road for that. And it's like just south of Latina. And I probably should fill up the jerry can that we have in the car. I think it's only half full with water. You find everything you needed?
Yeah.
There's a better backpack too. Where did I see that other one? Did you get thrown in the car tent? No. It's in the PID tent? It's in one of these, I think. 63. Yeah, do you want a hunter's backpack or a combat backpack?
No, I'll take combat.
Okay, so duct tape works on the bags. Wait, that is using rotten in here. No, it's dried. And then one of these, I think that chest by medical does have the armbands though. Oh, there's a black dry bag if you wanted that instead, but Also realized I wasn't rocking an armband. I got one for you. I'm gonna fix up. Alright, here's an armband for you. Alright, duct tape, duct tape. Do we have extra duct tape? Kind of looks like we should be fixing up the rain jackets before we cut them up into armbands, so they don't inherit the damage value. These empty. Yeah. And this one I think was, that's just NBC gear. I'm beginning to think that we may not have duct tape. Unless it's in a barrel. Oh, there's seeds in there. I didn't realize he was putting them in there. We'll use one of these to fix it up. There we go. I didn't even realize that I hadn't fixed up my armband. Okay, so now when I cut that up, the armbands should all be worn. Yep. This will save a lot of having to use like multiple sewing kits to fix all the armbands up. I'm gonna throw it back in the PID tent. toggled that a little early. That's closed. Did you get food and all that?
Yeah.
Alright, just closing up all the tents real quick. Kinda surprised nothing spawned in here at all. Oh, did you grab a headlamp?
No.
I think.
I do not need one.
You sure?
Yeah.
Now, can you picture if we actually could build a base there?
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
I mean, that building alone pretty much only needs, well, like, just like the front gate, almost.
Yeah.
I think we still want to get a tent up at some point. Not tent, flag. We have the wire, I think. It's mostly about, I think, nails. I think that's what it is. We don't have the nails for it. I think we have most of the tools for it. Maybe minus a shovel? I don't know if we have a shovel. But I do know that we only have like 7 nails. The tools we did have, I quickly saw. I think they're in the barrel. In the cabin there. I believe so. I think one of them is very kind of, you know, it's very specific. But it might be shovel or pickaxe. What road did I just come out on? I just came out on a road that I was not expecting to. Well, I gotta check to see if we're going east or west here. It's more south, but southeast. You know, after having that whole like K, like the compass mod where you just hit K to bring up your, oh, it made driving so much nicer. This fact that you have to like constantly jump out of your car just to be like, where am I? Am I going east? Am I going west? Like, what is this direction? So that was more southeast. This would be northeast. We hit. Yeah, we'll just. We'll hit this real quick. Knuckle dusters and a bison with a mag if you want them.
Nice.
And a headlamp too if you want it. What gun did you end up grabbing?
I just grabbed a Tundra.
Oh, you didn't grab a big boy auto.
Because there was no ammo for the AUG.
Was that 556?
Yeah.
Right by my feet.
Yep.
Well, there's knuckle dusters right there on the roof. Let's strip that for ammo.
Oh, man, it's a red one.
I got more 556 for you. Did you grab a belt when you were up there?
No.
Well, I can give you a pistol holster for when you do grab a belt.
Nah, I don't need it.
And I got another box of 556 for you.
You know what's funny is I literally just picked up HE round for that.
Oh, you missed a couple of 556. Well, it's like Marbles is he's drinking out of a pot there with the one of the pox ones you can shoot out of it, and one of the pox balls.
Wait, what? Sorry. I completely zoned out there.
Marbles is drinking out of a pot that has the pox ones you can shoot out of the thumper. And he also has one of the throwable ones. There's a cheap over here if you want food. I don't know if we don't really need it.
No.
Oh, I turned your light off. Those vanilla batteries, you know, they don't last long. Work getting busy. Skeleton crew. Is it because of the weekend? Wanna check these cars for extra parts. I actually found the replacement hood for my car.
Nice.
Been driving around on a ruined hood for a while. Put that there so we can despawn. Hey, Brownie. How's your Saturday going? I think you're good. You good? You're good? You're good? Bam. Anything good inside?
No, just morphine.
Putting all these nice new parts in this car so when I crash it, it goes out in style. Ready for 1.19 to drop? Let's not push for it, you know, to be too fast now. Alright. Let's get over to Splatoon. See if I can figure out how to get down to Kopek from there.
What the fuck? Topher X wild rooms.
They're full of minerals for a healthy body. You ready for Daisy again? Well, I mean, until then, you could always, you know, come run with us. Hey, Grizz.
Hey.
We're just down in Slatina right now.
Yeah, I'm still booting in.
Should be one of these side roads. Cause get down to Kopek is like not really a road for it. Well, actually, I wonder that well. Oh, Will wants me to tell you welcome home.
Thanks, Will.
You know there was a bunch of canteens up there, right? know, I feel like I have the water pumps turned on like the filter wise on the ZAM map, but yet I'm not seeing them.
How do I have a heat buff?
From the cars. I had that point as well a while back, and then Marvel said they had the cars basically have heaters in them now. So you get a heat buff now from just being in a car.
Interesting.
So I think this was the dually roll I needed. All right. So you showed me where that, but for whatever reason I'm not actually there. Oh, apparently I have to turn tiers on. And now I see it. I gotta remember to turn my light off. Now the map's all cluttered. I forgot to turn the tier part on, so I guess I wasn't actually seeing my filters. This might be the road. Would you say that this road only has like 2 houses on it? Like if you counted like this slanted and then green mustache? So it's not the road. The rotary one has a couple houses on it. Still a dead end, but also it has a couple houses. Also means this one. But this has like.
Oh shit.
Might be it, but it's just a bunch of broken down houses. On the map wise, there doesn't look to really be like a dirt road to Kopek, or like driving through fields.
I'm guessing you didn't hear those shots then.
No. Where would you say those shots were?
To the right, way off. There's 3 of them. SKS or AK.
My only guess is that those shots, whoever they are, they're in Krasna.
Yeah.
It's the only like city that would be back where we came from, which we can.
I just don't know this map.
You're talking to a person who keeps looking over to We'll look at the map. But yeah, I'll turn on. We'll go shoot over by Kraz. Because if they're by Kraz, you know, they're getting a little close to you know, home base there.
Well, there was a sniper shot while you were looking through all the tents, pretty decently off from up there. So
Somebody might be working their way up then to camp. Or they work their way back, like, over into Kraz. Grizz, are you still loading in?
No, I'm here at the base.
Did you also hear the shots?
I did not.
So they're closer to us than they are to him. Yeah, that's, you know, that belongs to the loot goblins there. You think those shots were like quite a ways off?
yeah, they're probably like a click out.
Oh, look, the zombies have finally showed up. Yeah, but you know, you gotta do that pesky thing called work.
God, you're playing a dangerous game.
A little bit.
What up, Dougal?
How's it going, Dougal? Okay, nothing up there. Is that you running behind me?
Yeah. Probably crash.
If somebody's around here, they may run for that.
Straight whatever direction that is.
It was definitely off the distance. We could leave the car and make a run for it.
Yeah, we can do that.
I grabbed the spark plug out of it, but that's all they need to get it moving if they do find it.
Hello.
Hey. Weird possible shots in Kraz. Now we're running for a heli. Were those shots?
I did not hear anything. I was hitting my vape.
Sound like shots still in Kraz. Like in the distance, but they're there somewhere. probably should have grabbed the car for this.
Probably. I mean, you can go back for it.
I could.
Or I could bring you a car.
That's up to you. I just left mine. I parked mine in Kraz behind a house. Oh, Bubbles to your right. Up in the woods. I did find 2 spare Gunter tires today too. Then 2 spare Sarka tires, which the Sarka ones I threw in your Sarka.
Yeah, I see him.
Not hunting. Though there is shots somewhere around the Kraz area.
Are you still down by Slatina, or are you over?
We're in Kraz right now. Just slightly out of Kraz. We're just slightly out of Kraz right now in a field getting a heli. But we've been hearing shots a little bit around the Kraz area with. So the shots are either somewhere's in Kraz or like to the west of Kraz. Is there no zombies?
No, there are. There's one.
Oh, just one lone little guy.
That's an LAR.
Oh, 30 rounder. Boots. Did you?
Yeah, I dropped that to pick up the LAR.
Yeah,
It does
dude.
have an HE round in it. so, you know.
Here, do you want this though? Drop it on my feet.
I also got a 75 round AKM drum mag for you. It's got 20 rounds in it.
Goes on the AKM.
Yes.
Ooh. Alright. Now we can head back. Well, that replaces the 60 rounder that I had for the M16 that I was using, so that actually works out really nicely. Okay, we're making our run back into Kraz now. There's a little bunker up on our left. Okay, that was a little disappointing.
A little bit.
That's why I'm cold. I didn't realize I was still wearing wet clothing. You know, one of these days, maybe Daisy will actually fix their whole grass rendering. One day they might. Because, you know, it would be nice for, like, players who are, you know, hiding out in, like, a field, not to just be instantly spotted because the grass doesn't render. How far did we end up sprinting? I didn't think we ran that far. I think the town's like right here. Alright, we're coming up on Kraz again. Hey, Lance. How's your Saturday going? Man, this is the most running I've done in a while. I need it. Wow. I mean, yeah, Crow does need a good run. You did nothing but sleep all day? Hey, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, alright?
Did you leave that door open?
I left the hood open. Hopefully they didn't like put a bullet in my car and that's what we heard. So it probably would have despawned.
Battery's gone, but there's 2 in.
No batteries in the trunk.
Okay.
That was more of a missed somebody a little bit.
You know what's funny? You said you took the spark plug. There's 2 spark plugs in the trunk.
Was it? They'll never know. They'll never know. They'll never find that spark plug and battery. What are you talking about? I guess we can loot up Graz for a minute. Oh yeah, I gotta throw stuff in the back. So hidden. Oh, so hidden. Who would ever notice this red Sarka, black Sarka just behind a house? I kind of forgot that I had, you know, brought spares in case something happened or we found like something we wanted to bring back. So I might have, you know, overlooked a little, you know, fact there. Gunter, what did I say? Did I say Sarka?
I had my cities mixed up.
Did you go to Stina?
Multi.
Oh, you went out west. Okay, and what's in here? I'm not using that. So this was the one I wanted to empty out. get these in here. Little extra food. I don't know. Lance being in that model is also kind of funny. All right. Oh Jesus, Snap's still over by Jenkov? Ooh. Oh, one of those being stripped down for ammo. I didn't realize he was still all the way down there. Great lights. He logged in a bush there. And he's probably still dressed like a banana. Huh. How did Jenkov go? Actual Jenkov went, went fine. Dougal took an express elevator by accidentally down part of Jenkov. And then we were exploring this alien mountain thing and I jumped into a pit. Come to find out that it's not a pit you can get out of. And you can't even you can't F11 yourself while you're in there either. It bugs your hands. So Snap threw a grenade at me. I was a little disappointed in that pit. I was kind of hoping there would be something down there, something secret. Let me jump down this thing and maybe there's water at the bottom or something, But I dropped off most of my gear to Snap before I jumped. So I didn't really lose anything. Let's bring back one of these for one of the other cars. I lost a pistol and a couple minor things. I'll bring back a spare. I'll bring that back in case someone does want to rock a scorpion. So I don't know if anybody really would be at this point, because when we have a bunch of bisons. I don't like the fact that they're loaded.
Yeah, we are over by the big apartment building.
Okay, we're down in town, just gonna run around looting. I'm at the store. Oh yeah, Marbles brought that up to me a little bit. I'm fine either way, remembering it. Cause like I know unlock. That's the guy I saw. I think maybe the mag for that. Oh, my building's back there. Yeah, you chase that bullet. You chase it. Other unlocked mag. Oh, I think he's coming back. There's a wreck over there. I'm gonna go check that. You have unspoken lore to blast at somebody. The pack was 13. There's a wreck over here I'm gonna look at. Also, I'm pretty sure at this point, our Namalsk map will just end up staying up going forward. Bubbles, do you remember what doors I have on the Gunter right now? Is it both passenger side?
I know you have the rear passenger. For some reason, the front passenger is missing.
Oh, well, it's missing most of that on purpose. Yeah, our Namalsk one will stay up for, you know, we'll pretty much have, you know, Janaris and Namalsk running. So like, you know, when people do
probably tell you because I think I see it parked behind that house right there.
what? No, it's super hidden. Nobody could ever find my car. That I totally left spare parts in. You know, this way also we'll have, you know, like our summary kind of map where the heat tries to kill you, and then we'll have our Namalsk where the, you know, winter tries to kill you.
I am off to bed at the restart, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Catch you later.
Yeah.
You don't have a hatch, and you have the passenger side back door.
Okay.
I did find a medium tent.
Here?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Apparently I missed a good house then. But yeah, I think going forward, that'll be like our, like the two main maps that we keep around. Then, you know, like, if we want to check out other maps, we just kind of do what we're doing now. And, you know, can check them out as a community. Oh, it's just enough stamina that I cannot jump the fence. I didn't know there was a well back here. Oh. That's a secret little hidden wheel back there. While server's restarting, I'm actually going to go run to use the bathroom real fast. And then we'll be back. trying to get back to it. Right in the middle of the road. Can I try this ones? Ooh, weird little hiccup there. Well, I guess some more soccer pieces if we wanted them. Okay, there's nothing there. It's like getting like random like invisible walls all of a sudden. You know, let's finish this off first. Now we can work on this one. Look at that. See how hidden that is? You're a sprinter, aren't you? Where's Grizz? Grizz, you still looting up?
Yep. We took like a left at the sheriff's station.
Gotcha.
A couple things of lime here. Is anybody growing anything?
Not yet, but we can still grab it though. No, that actually it's not as bad as it was before. It was soaked earlier. You know, I can't remember. Did Banov always use the tall grass? Like the Livonia grass? Or was it using like more of like the Chernarus one before? Because I don't know if it's just me, but like it feels a little more like overgrown than it was before. Or maybe he got it like to more spots. No, it's glasses. Battery. Oh, nice. We definitely do not have enough of those. It might have been. I don't know, some areas they have a little bit more of like kind of like, you know, an overgrown feel to it now. Nope, kill the fence. So, but it could have been that way before. You get to eat soon? It's almost lunchtime. Oh, I found your Circa that you parked.
In the parking lot.
It is. I saw like a couple of cars. You're like, I'm gonna go check those and get up. I'm like, wow, this is a fully put together Circa. I looked at the hood. I'm like, the trunk. And I'm like, oh, I know why. Budgeting isn't that usually doesn't that usually mean like, you know, like ramen noodles? I'm throwing in a Gunter door into your circuit.
Okay.
Only because it's a bit of a long walk to bring that back to mine. Curious to know if they have any spawn points in here any now. Cheap food that gives energy. Cheese quesadilla. See, that's when you do like, you know, you get some chicken. Oh, there actually is. He actually has loot spawning in the apartments. So I found loot in the apartments, so did not realize it was spawning in there. Do you throw some, you know, some chicken? In that quesadilla, and then I mean, then he really got a meal. All right, is it gonna be like one piece of loot that all I'm gonna find in here? I don't know if you want to change it to a tech shirt. Avocados are gross. Budget. Oh, chicken is definitely budget eating. I think it's more budget eating if you know, slice up your own chicken. Oh, here comes Dougal with a tire. You would starve before you eat avocado? I haven't really had avocados to actually really, you know, give an opinion about whether I like it or not. Yeah, that's something you do, yeah. Or you can even get like the rotisserie chickens, you know, tear them up. And then you got chicken for, you know, a good while. Oh, she didn't upgrade yet. Trust me, we will all know when she upgrades her net. Cause like, she'll be jumping up and down in so much joy with having, you know, really fast internet. You're gonna be flying in Daisy. Well, then you're gonna be learning what is like, you know, can your PC handle that? I'd stick my thumb out, but you know, hands are a little full. I wish I could have. If I could get in, I would. Do you remember where I parked?
Yeah. Take the next left.
Next lift, all right. Next lift. You know, the rate I'm going, I'm gonna have my almost dead car fully put back together with parts. McDougal, was that you running down the street?
I don't know who that is.
He was also in red, right?
He had a red armband on.
Yeah, he did. I thought it was Dougal at first, and then I saw Dougal come out from over there. I was like, that was...
He went in that brown tan house right there.
Let's go.
Snagged in the White House.
Oh,
Spine, is that you?
hello.
You know, you gave us a scare there.
Hi.
Like we just saw you like somebody like we're like, oh that wasn't anybody we were talking to. Like, well, who's that? Like, but like they're running at red armbands, red shoes. Like that has to be one of us. Oh, hold up. So what do you just out here looting?
Yeah, I was just passing through. I saw the gunter up the hill and started giggling to myself.
What? No, it's totally hidden. You don't see. Totally hidden.
I mean, what gunter? I didn't see any.
Yeah, no, nobody saw the gunter up there with spare parts in it at all that they could just get in and drive.
What gunter? I don't see anything.
Exactly. There is no gunter. Gunters don't exist. Oh yeah, we picked up pickles on the way the other day. Oh, and we also picked up a bubbles today.
The car door I see.
He might have been. He might have just been out looting. Yeah, that's funny though. Just running into a mire. Yeah, I got some room left in here. Oh yeah, did you make a delivery up at home base? Like a little wheels and some stuff?
Yeah, car tent.
Car tent, alright. So that was you. We got a little confused, like, where did this come from? Did we get reversed robbed?
I found it in an Ada, like, down south, so I brought it back up.
Hey, you need anything or are you good?
I'm good.
Alright. Well, the thing's slowly getting put back together. Hey, you looking for a
Did you
ride?
wreck
Or-
it multiple times again?
one good one, and then the marbles wouldn't let me drive. And then we got him another one, and now I'm allowed to drive this however I want, because it's almost dead.
We have a junkyard forming up there, by the way.
Just a little one.
It's like 5 more vehicles, and if they haven't already been, scooted.
Oh, there's like 2 more gunters up there now. Like there's a brand new one that's marbles, and I think McDougal brought another one back. Do we want to head over to maybe check out
Honestly,
Copac?
there needs to be more colors for the cars.
So far, I think the idea is we're running like reds and blacks, but like you gotta have like the red parts on the black ones and the black parts on the red ones.
You can only do that with the Ada though.
Well, these ones we can. Like I got the red hood with the black body.
I mean the Gunter. My bad.
Oh
I mean
yeah,
the
pretty much,
Gunter.
yeah.
I don't know why I said the Ada.
Dougal, you want to lead the way to or like navigate us to Kopek?
We gotta turn around and go back up the other road.
Would it be faster if you just drive?
I could drive if you want.
We're on the radio if you want to, you know, hop in. We're gonna head up to Kopek. Finally a good guy. Oshling isn't that bad. Oshling's not bad until you call Lance Finley. Some of us you gotta do good in the world. Some of us might also shoot freshies who are just getting water. You know, maybe some people, you know, would do that kind of thing.
Saw my first choopy back there.
Your first what?
Chupacabra.
Ah. Those don't exist. Don't let marbles get in your head. Those are fake.
Well, I can't explain what it was.
You know, and to be fair, the second guy, not Marbles, Bubbles did tell him to put his hands up and he ran. So at least he tried on that one. I just kind of shot the guy. And then his buddy ran and we just kind of left his dead body in the road for his buddy to come back to and mourn over. You shot out the back window? I don't think anybody's gonna notice. I know, like, at least for me, even if it has like noise, like I keep turning my in-game sounds down.
Doctor to our right.
Copter to our right. You guys want to turn around? The sound of snaps. Depends on where the snaps are coming from. I'm kind of missing out on a lot of this snap noises because I do keep turning my volume down. Take the ammo for that. So like because even Bubbles was hearing, I got it right here. Like Bubbles was hearing snaps, but my sound was down and like I can't hear them. And then of course, you know, I changed over to an AKM and now I'm just finding tons and tons of 5.56. And I believe, at least for like main story kind of lore-ish things, we still have to go to A3 at least once. Where we can find the scope for the singularity cannon. And then I think we have a couple more keys for Chenkov, which we can go down and get more singularity cannons. Because personally, I think it would be kind of funny for a couple of us to be running singularity cannons. Oh, is there actually a road that goes into Kopek? You're gonna call it a night? Hey, Bertha, thank you for stopping in though. I was gonna cut through the woods. I didn't realize there was actually just a road that leads up here. Or no, the hunting is above.
Just up the hill.
That's what I thought. Hey, Spartan.
Hello.
You gave us quite the spook there.
I mean, the odds somebody's running around in this exact gear.
That's why we were all a little bit like hold up. Like somebody's dressing in our colors and whatnot. Like, oh, look at that. Oh, found another tent, and I got plastic explosives. You know, I was gonna try to drive through the woods from Slatina and like cutting over through like fields to get to the Kopek. I didn't realize there was actually like a parking lot for it.
Yeah, if we only get the ski lift to work.
No, that'd make it too easy. Knowing Daisy, can you imagine how many people will probably end up like dying trying to get like on and off these things? Hello?
I imagine we just get like you just get shot out of it, you know.
It'll be that too. You would just see it moving and you see that one guy who's just risking it to take it down. So you almost like feel like you have to take the shot. Or wait at the bottom for a robbery, knowing he's like going to like slowly come to you. This just reminded me too, the creator of the mod that has like the dogs so you can like command and follow you, started working on a horse mod. So there's not really a proper sitting animation, so you kind of sit on it like you would on a car.
Yeah.
Make it look like you're pulling on its ears.
It's a little more like you're almost like side saddling the thing. The DJ set. I never actually found that DJ stage. Where was the DJ stage? Where's this? Kopek. South of Satina. Little southeast. Oh, it's up here? If it's up here, I haven't. It'll be the first time I've actually seen it. That is a really colorful tent back there. Oh.
Oh my god! Fire festival tents.
Hey, here we go. It's the time for a party, guys.
I'm so excited for the 2 slices of bread and like a slice of cheese and some lettuce for my food.
I think you're asking for a lot here. Might have to like cut that down to like maybe just half a slice of bread.
Yeah, slice that you pulled.
Too fat. I can't jump the fence. Really? Should have kept running down. Doom, 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 doom.
In a crowded room, you look so happy when I'm not with you. But then you saw me, caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eyes. I don't know why I'm run away. I make you cry when I run away. listening and just pretended like you didn't care.
How far away can you hear this from?
I run away. I'll make you cry when I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another day. 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 Tears for another day. I'm not your friend, often you paint me down. You think that you're the man, I think that's who I am. I'm not your friend, often you paint me down. You think that you're the man, I think that's who I am. I'm not your friend, often you paint me down. You think that you're the man, I think that's who I am. I'm not your friend, often you paint me down. You think that you're the man, I think that's who I am. I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend.
Oh, here comes the drop. Here comes the drop. Get ready for it. Here comes the drop. It's coming. It's coming.
Feel buried alive. This city is airtight, suffocating, lonely in the crowd. I'm surrounded by all the screens of their lives, screaming into space to drown them out. I fell down so low, don't know where to go, but I know you wait for me. You wait for me, so far out of sight, into the white, but I know you wait for me. I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight, 'cause I've been hypnotized by the lights, but I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. Yeah, it's taken time to realize, but I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. 'Cause I've been hypnotized.
Hey, come on. That's right, Dougal, get down. Hey, hey, Pickles. Yeah, see those moves.
But I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. I felt so low, don't know where to go, but I know you
There goes one. Was that one of us?
Yeah, I threw a grenade.
Just checking. I was like, well, we might have company.
Just seemed like the right time to throw one.
I feel like at some point, if we're all on again, we all need to come up here. When there's like 9 or 10 of us.
And just wait for somebody to come out of the woods and spray us all down as we're dancing.
Yeah. It's like your choice is either you can come dance with us or shoot us.
Well, colored smoke is a must on the collection list of items.
Yes, and glow
loot
sticks.
Goblin.
Smoke grenades, colored smoke grenades, and glow sticks. Because you know you can't have a proper dance off unless you have glow sticks going.
Very true.
Yeah, it's too bad the lighters aren't more like the lighters on that one game that you played.
Like the forest?
Yeah.
There is a mod that I'm looking at that does actually add that function.
The Zippo mod does it. It's whatever it comes with. Whatever mod pack that's part of.
That's a Doug mod that we're losing.
Okay, yeah.
But
well then,
there's a mod called
there's
Simple.
half an answer.
There's a mod called Simple Match, which not only lets you light a regular match, doesn't last very long if you hold it, but it will actually, if you have like a regular the Bic lighters, will let you just light it and hold it.
Interesting.
But for your regular match box, it actually lets you take out a single match to light. And it only lasts a couple seconds.
I suppose it's entirely unnecessary, but I mean Daisy probably has mechanics for it in the base code to make candles that you could light and set off ambient light.
I think that mod also has candles.
Interesting.
That you can light.
There's torches and all, right? And torches give off their ambient light. It's just it'd be just downsizing it in the bottle, essentially.
And here's the funny thing: Daisy does have, I think, an actual already modeled candle. It's just unused. But I'm definitely looking at that mod as one to probably use, just because that whole the candles, the being able to just use a Bic lighter as a light source. It's very creative.
Getting the gas usage on that will be key, probably.
That is true. I did absolutely no looting. You guys looted up the place, right?
Yeah, that wasn't much.
It was just pointed out to me that by Brownie that I went up there and all I did was dance.
Yeah, I got some Christmas tree lights. I don't know what they got.
Yeah, the Zippo's quite a Mungards item pack.
That is another one that has it. Mungards, Dog has it. good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Sniping
Just
Zeds.
Zombies.
Oh, get one more. Two more. Wasting time and being unproductive and Daisy. Yeah, nope. Those are definitely high on my priority list.
Going on over here.
But yeah, Dougal, if you end up like looking at mods, check out the simple match. And it's pretty neat. Because it's totally not our aesthetic. Okay, I know the blue's not our aesthetic, but I'm just gonna throw it on my car anyways. This is why everybody just knows this isn't the car not to take out because it's almost dead.
What is going on?
Got it. Blue, bad.
But it's just they're having a meeting over there. That's all, you know. I'm ruining it. I'm ruining the ruined car. Oh yeah, don't worry about trying to fix this one up. This is how I'm marking the one car. Don't take this car. It has blue because it's eventually I'm going to hit something. Blame the ADHD. Hey, there's a reason why I use the ADHD tag. Just to, you know, give everybody a warning.
You know what would be a nice mod if it existed?
What's that?
Something is a mod that actually like makes the like crafting bar skill in DayZ functional.
Yeah, where it doesn't just randomly reset, or it doesn't reset when you like relog.
Yes. Something that like stays persistent and like allows you to like specialize a little bit.
Kind of like I will say like Scum does that really well.
Scum does it, but Scum does it over the top with like too much depth.
Too much depth, yeah. But like if they even took like a fraction of like, say, yeah, it's persistent, and the more you do something, you do like slowly get better in it, and it actually stays.
You either like use less materials or do it slightly faster.
Because I believe right now, like, if you can get yourself all the way to the needle side, you can actually restore it to pristine.
Yeah, I like that. I like the idea. I want it to function.
Yep. Because as soon as you relog, it's gone. And then you also can do like one little thing and it just resets it too. It's such like a buggy mechanic. You don't want to monitor your character's poop cycles? That's half the fun.
Like Namal, like Sumrak did it really well with the like frost resistance on Namalsk.
Yeah, it actually, like, it can get wiped, but it's not as bad. It actually like stays like persistent.
And then it actually like has a legitimate function once it's like full, because then you basically never have to stop fires or anything.
Where'd you now?
basic get inside of a building and you'll start warming up with that.
Do we need to dump loot? Because we could go back to home base, throw stuff in the dump tent.
I know this car is pretty full with the 2 tents and tires.
But it might be a good idea. Yeah, we'll kind of dump stuff real quick. Get some room going. But yeah, there's a lot of people who wish like the actual skill bar worked properly. Like I've even seen like it discussed on like the Doug Discord, even with like their modders, who were like, even they who've been doing this for like 7 years, and they're like trust me, we would love to like use it. It's just broken.
There's a white Ada at that cabin back there behind us, but no, I agree.
Did it was it missing parts?
It looked like it had a couple of wheels, but we'll worry about it later.
I don't think we have any Ada tires on us.
Yeah. No, some skill-based like functions and mechanics like that would be like kind of neat for DayZ. Like not scum over the top and too far like done, but something that like functions and like adds something to the survival of the game.
Yeah, I was kind of happy, like at least a little bit, to see like at least their medical side in Scum, but they were actually like trying to like uncomplicate it.
Dude, the first time I looked at the like the first time I looked at the menus in Scum when I played the game, it was like I had to comb through like a data sheet, you know, and like analyze shit.
Oh yeah, no, if you're trying to like get a certain build going.
Suddenly I had to have this like minor degree from like a university in like how a video game functions. And I was like, wait a second, why?
I mean, the game even works too, like, so no matter like for the most part what you pick, you can still like end up learning them. But did you know you can actually get fat in that game?
Yeah, there's a whole like metabolism like mechanic and functionality. It's crazy.
Yep, if you just keep eating, you will actually get fat. There was
also starve, like, you know, and like lose weight deliberately. There's so much in depth with that game.
There was I remember reading an article somewhat early on, where they were actually talking about a guy who purposely, he kept going for like all like the worst foods just to see if he could actually pack out the pounds.
One of the things I did enjoy about Scum, though, that lots of gamers like hate about video games, is the encumbered system that they like have going, wherein you like the more you're carrying, the like slower you move. But like they also have the skill where the more you carry, the stronger you get, and the stronger you get, the quicker you move. So it like balances itself out almost.
Yeah, their whole thing is like, I mean, they basically have an RPG. Like skill system wise, like, so like the more you actually are doing things, you're like leveling.
And planes, don't you know?
I have not been on a Scum server though to even see how the planes work.
Oh, neither have I. I've been like I've been considering it, but I'm not too sure.
Don't they also have motorcycles too?
Yeah, they do.
They have motorcycles and dirt bikes. One of the I forgot who I was talking to, but I said that the biggest flaw that Scum has is that they are not open yet to modding.
True. I also feel like the dev team feels like they can do all the things that like modders would want to do anyways, and that's why they don't, and that's why the game is like complicated to the level at which it is.
Because like I'm sure like if modders got their hands on it too, they probably also would like try to like, you know, make things a little bit easier and like, you know, not as confusing in some areas. Like, let's mod out, like, say, the vitamin system.
Modding games on that level is like a. It's like a two-way. It's a dichotomy about it. Is what I'm trying to get at. Wherein like, you can either like polish the game really well, or you can cause a lot of bugs and problems and like mods that ruin things. You know.
Potentially, yeah. I think one of their big things is that which makes it easier for them to do some things too is the engine that they're working off of.
Oh yeah, sure. They have a really powerful like engine, so
I think
it's they can do a lot more with a lot less code.
Because I think they're running. I want to say they're actually running off one of the Unreal engines.
I'm inclined to believe you. I'm not sure though.
I'd have to look again, but I think that they are on like Unreal, which means that they can just, you know, they're not working off their own, like, you know, put together engine. Where like DayZ is a combination of like their old stuff and half Infusion.
Yeah, the devs of Scum definitely had like a leg up where they're not trying to build their own engine on top of whatever they're doing, you know, where they have to like build functionality into the engine before they can like do the mechanic they need in game. Like Unreal is already going to provide the, you know, the possibility for the mechanic. Even if you have to like write it custom, you don't have to build the engine for that mechanic to run.
I think they also kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit early on when they did that whole like teleporting into a PvP thing. Because it's kind of a weird choice for like, you could be running around doing your survival thing, and then all of a sudden you get an option to teleport into a PvP match.
Yeah, it felt like they were trying to. It felt like they were trying to appeal to the two like crowds of the scene, of like survival versus like PvPers or like like first person shooter people, you know.
Yeah, no, it definitely felt like that way. Like if we give you both, you know, hey, we'll attract both, but it was like your survival guys were like, this is weird. And
then the FPS guys were like, there's way too much survival involved with this. What is this game? I don't understand.
Whereas, yeah, if like you just leave it up to like say server owners, be like, hey, this kind of like they could have done like a, you know, like B++ type thing. Let the server owner put up their own deathmatch. Because I tried looking up servers a while back too, and a lot of them also use the robot thing in game, the one that like tracks you to deliver you loot.
That's another thing about Scum that like I'm not sure DayZ will ever like have, but like Scum is trying to do it, where they're like adding in a whole like AI system like you get with an MMORPG and stuff.
They also have that kind of creative in a way, the vision system. How like if you're like outside of my peripherals, I actually don't see you until I turn my head, and then the game will actually render your body there.
I'm sure they have a reason for doing it.
Oh, it's cool though. It's just a neat little thing that like, if I don't see you, I actually don't see you.
Yeah, that's a deeper like mechanic of like Unreal though, if that's what they're like the engine they're using. It's very good at like making sure that things you're not looking at are not rendered so that performance stays high.
I need to grab a bag to like, unload my own vehicle. Wrong tent. This tent? I think it's this tent. Are you the tent with the bags? You're not the tent with the bags. Are you the tent with the bags? That's the dump tent? I wasn't actually sure which tent was the dump tent. Throwing a pipe wrench into the circuit for you there, Grizz.
Thank you.
You know, you say that, but that's the funny part is that Marvel's basically said, yeah, like here's a tent. When you come back, just throw.
I saw these
like,
tents on the Steam Workshop today that were like custom labeled tents, so that you could divide all your items and organize them. Like, you know.
I think I've seen that.
Here. And I just giggled to myself, like, yeah, perfect. When somebody raids you, they'll just know exactly what tent they need to walk to instead of checking every single one of them.
Oh, trust me, at this point, like, I wish we could write notes at least, so we could actually like label the tents.
Mentioned that before, like just like some sort of like label or something that you could see without having to read it.
Yeah, the organizers can organize, the looters will loot. Like even right now, like I would even just take like the note mod to do it. If we could have it.
Does no one pick up extra shotguns?
Like shotgun ammo?
No, shotguns themselves.
No, I don't think we've been picking up shotguns at all.
Oh, okay, there's one in the tent over here.
You rocking a shotty?
I wanted like a double barrel like sawed-off
Okay.
instead of the BK.
I mean, if you take a look around, you might be able to find something you want to run. If you don't want to run like that.
No, I want the rubber rounds for the shotgun.
There's a Viga.
It was like, yeah, kind of wanted to. It's more for like stuffing a double barrel in my bag, you know.
I can actually put those together. Then I can actually drop on one of the tents. There's more of them. So many tents here. Oh, that'd be so cruel. Anybody who just walks in here, the place is just littered with landmines. It'll be the most dangerous mission of all. Hold on, can I eat this a little bit before? Keep one of those spare on me. Oh, those 9mm I can drop off because I'm not rocking a 9. Oh, ow. Let's see, I think that's an extra morphine though. No, I'm actually not carrying a morphine. I should carry a morphine. And then throw that in there. Just organizes this a little bit more. And then I never filled up my water, did I?
We don't have a water source up here yet, do we?
No.
There is a jerry can in my car that has water in it, which I think is all good water. I know it's at least half good.
I didn't need it. I just was looking around. I was like, we don't have a water barrel or...
No, at some point we probably should fill up like a couple jerry cans and then throw them into the into one of those bins.
Can we just take one of these empty barrels and put it outside?
Like water?
Yeah.
Can. It rains enough around here. And Wool says that there's 2 jerry cans with water, but you should purify both of them in case you forgot. And they're in the trucks. But we should throw one of those barrels outside for rainwater.
I would risk it. We have enough meds to fix you.
Morning. Hi, Lance.
Good morning.
So good to see you around Finley. And guess what?
Oi, bruv.
Guess what? She's not around here to punch me.
Yeah.
Well, you're so posh, you know that? And there's nothing you can do about it. crow. And I need that, like, that meme, I'm in danger. You know, I thought when I logged off last night, I was pretty good on food, but I guess Crow was a bit hungry. Because I don't think Finley has ever been or even said, "Oi, bruv." I'm pretty sure Finley is posh, not British. See, this is what happens when, you know, when I gotta do all that running. Look how much, you know, how much Corvus can eat. I've gotten 2 beefsteaks in already. Thing of peaches. The rest of like a cat food. I mean, am I just a bottomless pit right now? Like what's going on here? There we go. I always eat this stuff. I just keep on top of my face. Is your circuit pretty much cleared out?
Yep. This has got the two tires, the extra radiator, and the wrench that you put in there, and then just like some brass knuckles.
If you want, you can only carry 1 spare. I know I have 1 spare in mine. But it's also kind of a spare and a bit of like, hey, if we find another one, we're just, you know, it's missing a wheel.
Ooh, should we grab a couple of Ada wheels to check that white one?
I think there was also another truck in Maltese there.
Like a truck?
Yeah, like the trucks over there.
That would be kind of funny to bring back and forth. Maybe it's the car tent that has the spare Ada wheels.
Yeah, they're all in the car tent.
And Spartan, do you remember how many you needed that one needs?
Oh, I have no idea. It was at that like lone cabin on the south side of whatever that town is next to Kovac that we went through. I never remember the name of it.
Slatina?
Yeah. That like lone cabin on the south side of it. That like in the
sure that was
field
a
where the
running one?
helicopter crashes. It looked like a running one, you know.
I mean, I can throw in like 2 wheels. We could check it.
Yeah. You got both of them?
Yeah, I got one in the car already. I'm about to throw the second one in. And then I already have a radiator battery and a spark plug in here. But yeah, we can shoot down real quick and check it.
The loot goblin's gonna loot goblin, so loot goblin.
And then not against also trying to snag that other truck. We should have enough parts to put another one together.
Pickles and McDougal are still back there.
Maybe while we're looking for the Yeta, do you two want to run and see about that truck?
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, Will wants me to tell Spartan that she's very proud of you.
Yeah, that's so nice. I don't know why though.
For the loot goblin got a loot goblin comment.
Oh, okay. Like I said, nah, that's so sweet. Hey, maybe we'll open up our own trader for people around here.
McDougal's breakdancing on the picnic table over here.
I agree with McDougal's life choices. I think this way.
Did y'all get that heli already?
I think we drove past it. I don't think anybody actually touched it.
Yeah, not the one by that military checkpoint. We didn't stop.
My window! Finley!
No, no!
Okay, I know the car's like in trouble, but you didn't have to shoot the window out.
You're gonna wreck it anyway.
Eventually, yes.
Not the window, not the window.
Well, now my side's gonna be a little breezy in the drive. Very aggressive traders.
No, it's not the front window, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's not the front window.
Oh, you know what? I can't even grab this bag. So, unless one of you wants a big bag.
Nah.
I get that one.
I tossed it. There's also a 60 rounder in the back if you guys are using 5.56. Sorry, 1 second E.
Clenching, this is where we get shot.
That's fine.
Told you.
Nothing happened. You two didn't see nothing. What? No, it came out of nowhere. You know, it just jumped out at me.
Clearly, the problem is whoever cleaned this windshield used off-brand Windex instead of the real thing.
I mean, yeah, look,
Streaks everywhere.
like it's just all streaked. It's horrible.
It makes everything blurry. It's like triple vision all over the place.
All right, so where was that? Was it? It was more deeper into Slatina.
Whatever the house on the south side is, whatever that cabin near the field. I thought it looked like a working Ada, I'm not sure. It looked like graphically weird.
Yeah, I didn't think one spawned there.
Left. Or no, yeah, right. We haven't quite gotten there, so I'm saying, yeah. I could be wrong.
Well, we're gonna go find out.
Yeah, this dirt road right there.
Then we'll look down at the actual place. That looks like a wreck.
Oh, that's what it was. It was the wheel that I saw. That's what it made it look graphically like it was a running.
Can we get into a vehicle holding a tire?
No, you can't get into anything holding a tire. Or I mean to say, you can't get in a vehicle holding any.
Because, yeah, I know, like, Vanilla made some changes on that. But I know, like, Doug's are more restrictive.
Yeah, nothing that makes you walk slow you can get in a vehicle with.
That little garbage pile just freaked me out for real quick. I thought it was going to be a crash.
Uh-huh.
Does anybody want to get out to see how close I just came to that? I don't think I actually hit. I think I came real close though. That was real close. Can you even like wedge your finger in between?
Yeah, it's like a hand.
So we're good. We're good.
Something like that.
Hey, I'm not sure what I must have hit, like an oil slick or something there. I was only a little close. Anybody wants some red sneakers? There's some fresh kicks over there.
No. Mine are pristine. Imagine a bear jumping out right now, like as a lightning strike happens and the lights dim.
Yep. Why would you say that? Help? No.
We have before
I mean,
truck.
it's probably better than a Wendigo or Wendigo or something like that.
Don't you put that evil on me.
It's probably better than a skunk ape. I mean,
You know what? To be fair, it also might just be better than a skunk.
true.
Okay, we can offload these Ada tires. Took some BTO time. All right. Well. I gotta grab some more ammo for the this drum mag. This drum mag is definitely gonna end up chewing through the 7.62.
You watch, I'm telling you, one of these lightning strikes in the dark corner of this compound, there's gonna be some antlered creature with red eyes just staring at us.
How dare you? How dare you?
Take that one for a wheel.
How's this looking? That's gonna take a while. More seeds. Hey, Umbrella. Thank you for the follow. How's your loot running been going? I know one of these tents I want to throw us in. Hey, thank you for this sub there. I was thinking a little bit of a kind of a loading break there, and happened to catch your comment there in CZ, the Discord. I kind of wanted to chuckle because you were like, everything you've been saying you can't find. And you know, yeah. You ever want to, you know, call up the loot goblin squad for assistance, or if you ever just want to run with us, we're totally down. I know batteries are definitely a little hard to find. You're near the bridge with a hanging man. You are right above Deverick. Oh no, correction. You're just south of Devereese. Dezereese. Because if you're... Yeah, because I know where you are exactly. I feel like I've been picking everybody up from around that area. But if you're at that bridge, going east from there will bring you to like a rotary. You left the prison and booked it east? Is there another bridge that has a hanging person? Though if you are going from like Prison Veronica east, you probably would hit Dezereese. And we also, I believe we just got our 4th truck. Shit. Too fat. I wouldn't get those trucks too close together because on restarts they're gonna do the whole 360 flips. And they might do the whole like go to the moon. It was a while back. Okay, yeah, I mean...
Did we find all the yellow trucks in this server?
Possibly. We haven't seen a blue one. I don't think anybody's actually...
No, there is a blue one. What's the town just north of the airfield, Alicia.
Alicia's landing strip. That's what.
Yeah, whatever he calls it.
Yeah, Alicia's landing. We sometimes you just want to go visit Alicia's landing strip.
That road that runs over to Pressy that turns dirt, like the
Mhm.
last turn in there's a blue truck. That I know for sure because I put like 3 wheels on it.
We could probably go get that. Probably pretty quickly too.
Talk about a convoy. Everybody getting one of those trucks and rolling down the road.
I gotta watch my betting pretty soon. I should do that today or tomorrow. Honestly. Or maybe I'll save it for like Monday. But if we want to make a quick run down to Percy area.
I'm not opposed.
I'm not either.
Do we need probably both cars for to put truck parts in?
It only has one dually on it last I was there, so we're definitely gonna need like all of the dualies. It had both of its front wheels though.
Yeah, my gutter should be pretty empty now for at least one dually. I know I can fit at least one in there.
Just one.
You know, while I'm up here, I probably should also empty this. Where's the dump tent? Dump tent. Dump tent?
There you go.
You know, it's a good thing that you and Marbles enjoy.
Do we have a truck battery?
We'll just steal from one from the other ones.
Yes, I got one.
Yeah, there's one in this trunk over here that got took.
Everybody's leaving doors open. Okay, I must be like soaked here. I'll be ready to go in just a second. I'm trying to dry off my clothes just a little bit. You know, I'm still really hoping that Sentry, if he catches it, does put that earplug mod on here. It's not often that you realize how much you miss having earplugs until you don't have them. I know, like, that's the one thing about Banov that like always seems to be a thing, is it's always wet. Like now the other one. Yeah, we were having a decision of like, I'll talk about that, like earplugs, and then like the whole like toggling the whole like auto jog thing. Hey Dan, how's your night going? And then if he really wanted to, I could do a pretty like slimmed down version of like the server mod that.
Hey, what's going on here? You don't have to like run them off the road or anything.
Hey, what? They're just going slow. I mean, come on now. If they would just step on the gas a little bit, stop driving like my grandma.
Look, travel as fast as they want to. They don't have to fucking like travel at like your speed everywhere.
Well, no, just listen. If they want to travel, they want to travel at speed. They pull over. They'll let me out of the way. I'll go first.
Look, if you just woke up like 12 minutes earlier, we wouldn't have this problem, all right?
Okay, let's not bring my sleeping schedule into this, all right? I need my beauty sleep.
You're right. That went too far. That was like personal. I'm sorry.
I know. Why are you attacking me like that?
Seriously, you don't have to run them off the road. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, listen. I'm not trying to do it personally. No, it's just business.
Yeah, but like you know, maybe he's like trying to bring like his grandma brioche or something. Like, come on, just like be patient, son.
Well, you know what? It's brioche's gonna get moldy by the time he gets there. To the speed he's going.
Yeah, I mean that's his problem. Not yours though. Like, fuck.
Well, how do you know? Maybe we have the same ma.
I'm pretty sure it's not yet. Like, that's not how it works.
I mean, not, but hey, maybe I would treat his mom better. I'd get that breach, so let the other lot faster.
Yeah, I guess you have a point. Like, it could have been a hot brioche, so like.
It's gonna be cold by the time he gets down there.
Yeah, shit, fuck. I mean, that's like it's a one-way dirt road. It's not like you can pass him anyway. It's like dangerous or something, you know.
What? No, he just he squeezes over, I just get on right by there.
Like, I'm just saying, like, be defensive. It's all like, nothing like crazy or nothing. Yeah, it's not like I'm trying to get you to switch religions.
Well, be defensive. What you tell me be defensive? You know what? My pa always taught me driving, offensively.
Fine. Look. I won't bring it up again. I'll keep my mouth shut. Okay.
I mean, geez, you're attacking me personally here. I mean, you hurt my feelings here. You hurt.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Where'd you put those Mountain Dews?
Mountain Dews get a glove box right in the left.
You sure I can't? Like, it's a really tiny ass glove box. It's definitely not in here, and I'm not blind.
What? No, there's a can of it. I didn't bring the 2-liter.
Oh, there it is. Like the code red. Fuck.
Sorry, it's all they had. I would have gotten you the bigger one, but your mom was telling me you got, you're pre-diabetic, and you got to be careful with that.
Yeah, I know. I'm supposed to watch my A1C levels. All right, they're up this month. I'm sorry. Okay, it's a fucking bagels with cream cheese at night. Like I'm a sucker. I just can't stop.
Hey, listen, they told me they don't take care of Fat Tony, so I'm trying to take care of you. Your weight's important.
Who the fuck saying a Fat Tony over here? Who the fuck say like? It's barely 200, but at like 6'4", like 200's like normal. What are they talking about?
What? No, your mom was just like, hey, I need you to take care of, Fat Tony.
Look, I told her I grew out of the chubby face, okay? Like, my cheeks aren't that big anymore.
I don't know. She said, I'm just doing what your mom said.
What does she know? She's just fucking watching the telly all day and like reading the almanac from 40 years ago that has no relevance now. Like,
when you be talking about your mom like that,
Look, I love her. I love her. Don't get me wrong. She's just like, you know, sometimes she rubs me the wrong way. Like,
Well, you know, maybe if you actually started going, you know, to dinner on Sundays, like you know, you should be like a good son.
look, I said I was busy on Sundays playing pool, okay? Down at Paulie's. All right, just stop.
I mean, listen, I like
This has
Polly's like
been
the
going on for
anybody
months
else.
now, okay? Like, come on, like I go and check on her like every couple of weeks and stuff.
Every
you know?
couple of weeks, what are you
I don't have to come
doing,
to dinner every Sunday.
Tony? Do you not care about your mom anymore? Is that what it is?
No, it's not that I don't care about it. It's just like she told me to get out on my own. It's just like, you know, I'm thinking, do my own thing.
Yeah, and then every Sunday you go over for dinner.
She said she had it handled, all right? Like, what do you want from me, okay, Frank?
Of course, she's got to say she has it handled.
And for fuck's sake, you're there. Like, you know, you help her out all the time. It's like I just be getting in the way, so.
Yeah, I know I'm there, but you know, on Sundays it'd be nice if you would also show up. Like she even
To the right.
she no
Belly on the right.
she throws you. She even makes you a plate. All right, she puts it every Sunday in your spot.
Oh, a helicopter.
This is the most East Coast conversation. Excuse me. I do know the restart times are a little funky as well. Like when the servers actually do go down in the restarts. I don't think he has it set up to do it you know, like 12 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. like that. It's just kind of every 4 hours. Sounds like Sunday dinner with your family when you lived on the East Coast.
I'll just shoot the car.
Yeah, well, geez, I mean, Finley shot out my window early. Like, what? Finley, are you okay? I don't want that. No. Got the belt there, so we might want that. Flashlight. That's felt mag. Oh, hey, Snap. Thought I saw you there a little while ago. Not enough shitting on the restaurants with bad chicken, Marsala. We can work on that. Well, the thing is, I haven't spent really any time in like the Boston, New York area. You gotta sleep? Hey, thanks for popping in though. We'll catch you around. I know at some point we gotta pick you up from Jacob still. Ooh, you got that early work schedule. And look, now they just drive with the door open. Like they don't even care anymore.
I know, idiot.
Because I'm pretty sure you're down by Jankoff, like still dressed like a banana.
I mean, not everybody went to the New York school district system, alright? Don't worry about it. Some people got stuck in, like, you know, the Jersey public school system.
Oh, God, let's not even get started on the Jersey, school district, all right?
Gunther here.
I have a spare wheel in my Gunter.
I got a spark plug.
I got a spark battery and radiator if we need it.
I was gonna say there's a radiator in the circuit too.
Here, Pickles. I'm gonna just toss this over. Eh. Is that my favorite workout? Alright, I got the water container too. Chat aim to misbehave. Hey now. Yep, there's the battery. Yeah, start up. She should be good.
To go.
Yeah, see if she'll turn over. All right. Yeah, don't worry about it, Tony. We'll do all the work. And now we we have another car. And of course it's a red one too. And then if that truck is still over in Percy, we will have another truck.
Still too dark for those New York drivers back there.
You know, the funny thing about that comment is it actually is kind of a common thing. Whenever you see like a New York driver somewhere else, they tend to be a little on the aggressive side.
Yeah, that left. Sorry. Should have said something sooner.
I mean, isn't this how like actual traveling goes though?
Yes.
You always fly by the turn you're supposed to go to, and the person's like, "No, it was. Oh, sorry, no, it was that left one behind us."
There's even a truck wheel back there.
That's another chopper
There's
going
like
down.
There's like a gate at the end of the parking lot here on our right. It's like a broken blue gate after the guard check. Take a right into it.
There's also a bunch of cars in this parking lot. We should check for parts.
See blue truck.
I think this might be the first blue one. Alright.
Shake your headlamps off.
I don't even know if mine's on. Hey, Pickles, you want to grab that other door? We'll go put it on the other gunter. That was your first car part. We've been having the whole thing of it once you start like, you know, once you find one car, like you just like end up like you can just snowball with parts. Was that one of us?
Yeah.
Okay, just double checking. Make sure nobody's getting snapped at.
Do we need a trunk for a Gunther?
The red one does. What color is it?
Red.
Yeah, let's slap it on the brand new Gunter. I'm putting my hood on it on this one too. I crashed this Gunter, so like the battery's badly damaged, and like wasn't allowed to drive it until we found new ones. But now I can drive it until I kill it. So I keep like throwing parts on it, and then like throw them on like the others we find.
Gunter back right, Sarka passenger.
This Sarka only needs the driver backside and a hood for the back.
I got another Gunter wheel and there's another Olga wheel here too.
All right, I'll drive mine over real quick. You can throw it in the back. Wait. Am I? Oh, it's an Olga wheel. This is why people probably can't, you know, find anything for their cars, is because we keep stealing it all. How much rims left in here? Oh, nice. Did you found a new jerry can?
I need gas.
Yeah, I got the gas can here.
And then was that you, Spartan, who took off with the truck?
Yeah, I went to grab the spare wheel.
Okay. I was just making sure I didn't have to, like, if, like, was picking you up.
Anybody else need gas before I put this all in here?
Nah, you can probably just dump it in there. That's the new one we just found anyways, right?
Yep.
Yeah, just fill it up. Can't tell if my lights are on or not. They probably are, because my battery's dying. They were. One of these days I will remember to actually, like, turn the lights off. Because for whatever reason, Daisy decides, you know, even though you turn the car off and the lights aren't on, the lights are still technically on, so we're going to draw battery. I guess everybody's gassing up. You know, I'm kind of surprised that there's many Gunters in this parking lot and none of these hoods can be taken.
How many trucks does it take in one spot to break the server?
Yeah, but we're likely to find out.
I mean, at this point, we almost have more loot in our little place than like a tier 4 military.
Yeah, I was just thinking, and then somebody come across there, they like steal one of the trucks, like, oh, so what? We got 4 more.
Oh, I was telling Wool, like, if we were like all offline for 8+ hours and somebody went up there, just one person, they could take a car, fill it, run back, take a car, fill it, and just repeat until like just cleared everything out, and then we'd have to basically run around looking for everything.
Oh yeah, now with all those trucks there, it'd probably take even less longer because they just do the trucks instead of the cars.
Yeah, you dump the stuff out of the tents real quick, throw the tents in something, throw the gear that you want to keep in another vehicle, and then just you keep running back up, and then just grab another vehicle, drive it away, Run back up, do it again. And if you happen to run with like a duo or trio, it becomes even easier.
You could also probably just about do it marble style, where each car is like one car for med, one car for like food, one car for.
You pretty much could, yeah. It wouldn't take very long to really, like, realistically, to clean us out.
There's an Olga at the grocery store I just went by.
I think the Yogos are like our last things we'll be getting for, like, you know, the show cars.
I'll be right back.
All right.
We'll check back here real quick while we wait for the truck.
What's down here?
A little industrial area.
And here comes more rain. I see the road must be up ahead. Oh, this road is so uneven. And there's another Olga here too. Hey, geez, you have to shoot him so hard? Oh, this one's been, like, stripped for the inside parts. And I don't think anybody's carrying Gunter. Okay, there is a Olga wheel in my car. We could, if we, I have a radiator.
don't have another spark plug.
I have a spark plug.
All right.
Just need a battery.
Yeah, we just need a battery. We just need a car battery for it. I don't know if any of us are carrying a spare battery.
I didn't.
I don't.
Do we have room for this?
Did you find 2?
Yep.
I know you could throw one in the Olga. I don't know if I can fit one. I might be able to. Is that the one I took out in my bag?
Run over here and look for a battery.
I can't remember now. Oh, that's right. Because I already put it in. That would make sense. The vanilla values of like some stuff is like kind of silly. Well, this will be our first white one. What is there up there? Or is it just? It kind of looks like it goes into something. Yeah, I was just looking at. It's kind of weird that doesn't that look like it goes to something? Like it goes up a little bit farther, but like, what does it go to? I don't think this is a building you can go to. No, you kind of can. Question is, does a building like this spawn loot up here?
I think I just saw a spare battery.
This is kind of cool. It's a neat little area.
Yes,
Have like a
I
little
had
like
car battery.
nice. Google, was that you?
Yeah.
Like a little like hidden stash a little bit.
What was that?
Like that's a kind of neat little area. I don't need those.
Where are you guys at?
We had taken a. I can probably drive down to the end of the road for you to find this.
We just made it into that next town. Past the, into like the mine. No. I think we're ahead of you.
You guys might be ahead of us by now. That's why I'll drive like down to the entrance area. I think this was the way. because we took a side road down to an industrial area. You know, these are the times where kind of wish we had the horns already in.
Yeah, we're in Timoranza.
Dougal, we didn't get up that far, did we?
No, that's down the road more.
Alright, I'm at the end of the road.
Okay, we're coming now. We're
So
going
you'll definitely see me.
going past the we're going past the mine and the processing facility.
And then if I happen to get randomly domed out here, the car should still be in the spot where you need to go. Would be interesting to barricade if that was a thing. So about that, we've still been finding all the parts you could use to build, except for maybe nails. We found like 1 or 2 boxes of nails. So I don't know about the no building thing, how he's handling that. Because you can still find the 3 dials, the 4 dials, the wire, because they all have like, you know, uses for, well, the dials don't, but you know, wire and other things like nails have uses for other things. Has anybody tried to build a kit yet? No. And off the top of my head, I can't remember if it's like a server setting to just turn that off. Like there's like really kind of like simple things you
pretty cherry condition.
like you could do, like you could turn the lifetime value down on like fences to 0, which would allow you to build it, but as soon as you get a little bit away from it, it's just going to poof on you. We haven't seen nails in a while. We got like, I want to say 1 or 2 boxes, and that's been kind of it for a bit. So can't even build like crates unless we find more. But I'm unsure if he just like went in and then decided to take nails out.
You got the old car or the short car?
I'll grab the car.
All right, we left home base with 2 cars. And now we're gonna be returning back with an Olga, a new Gunter, and a truck. Like I keep taking like it's almost like a screenshot every night of our parking lot because it is slowly growing. Even though like after our first night we actually ended up like losing a few cars, and now we have jumped up like tenfold.
Back there a little ways, and it looked like McDougal was driving a topless Olga.
That'll happen like the wheels and stuff like that, and even the top will like stop rendering. So it'll end up like looking like someone's driving like a floating car. We had one person up there who marbles.
Yeah, imagine like a lowered, like chopped up, like convertible top Olga.
Marbles tried to have a conversation with, but they didn't say anything, and it looked like they were definitely rifling through our stuff.
That would actually be kind of cool in the game.
It would be, yeah. And then the person just flicked them off twice, so Marbles killed them.
It was so easy to snipe, though.
And then other than that, I don't know if people have really gone that far. Because base-wise, like, McDougal's base is, like, so far out there. Jeez, Dougal, that one got some air. But we keep logging in going like, you know, wondering if someone's going to like stumble across us again. We know at least one person knows about it. And it doesn't seem like they've come back at all. And we heard some gunshots kind of near the area. And then that was it. There was like a couple like it was like 3 shots of like an SKS, and then that was it. But I mean, we have enough stuff. We could probably outfit most of the people who are playing on the server. Like, here's a car. You want some guns? Here's some guns. Need some food? We got some food. And need meds? We got meds. We went to Jankoff, and we do have like the singularity cannon. We just have to go to area 3 still to get the scope for it if we want it. You're just trying to get your bearings again. It's kind of difficult. Because like I was looking at the mod page, and like he added like 300 kilometers worth of like different new roads. Like added in like forests. different like POIs. There's different like random like things now just all around the map. Like, I think a few of us are just starting to get our bearings a little bit on areas. But our first couple days running, there was a lot of like, hey, is that new? Is that new? That looks new. This must be new. It was so hard to tell like what's new and like what was from before. The way west ones. Did you guys leave stuff in the middle of the road?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Radiator in garden line.
Yeah.
And don't forget when you guys see that one billboard to turn onto the dirt road. Do you want me to go ahead of you, Dougal?
Yeah. Just continue down this road. I'll wait for the truck.
Okay. Like I know, like when Project Omega was like first starting and we were still on Banov, we, like myself and Marbles, spent most of our time like out east a lot. And now like we got going over that way, I am extremely lost. Though me being lost is not exactly new either. Welcome to Bear Country. Now you see out here we have a different speed of living. We take things quarter mile at a time. Yeah, most of the Banov wasn't bad. Before like this update, I think the journal complained a little bit was that there was areas that just felt empty. And a lot of the roads you could just fly down on a car, which now there's like roadblocks, there's, you know, broken down cars. A lot of it helps. My favorite map so far, well, I think probably was Eden. Even though it was still like an early work in progress kind of map, and then it got shut down because I believe it was like stolen assets, something like that. So now I have to wait for, there's another map in the works. That's another like summery, islandy kind of map. Like if all the things didn't happen with Eden, that one was actually quite fun. And I would have enjoyed seeing how he would have like built out that map. Let's see. I need to go grab a bag. This 10. It definitely was an interesting map. You could definitely tell it was a, like early work in progress map. Because it had a lot of those, a lot of areas that, also seemed very just empty. And like they still needed like foliage in certain spots.
I don't really know the best place to park this thing.
That's a very good question.
Wait, maybe just out front?
Maybe we bring the Olgas out front. Or I could move my Gunter and you could kind of like pull in kind of straight over where I'm at.
Sentry says no bases, but he doesn't say anything about using trucks to barricade a front door.
Yeah, I think that was part of the issue too, was those newer buildings, or some of them were ripped assets. At least that was some of the, like, I think the stuff being said about it. Yeah, I moved my Gunter. I would say pull up kind of near the fence, like the dog pen. I'm not gonna pull it all the way in there just in case it decides to glitch up that fence. Okay, wow. Wow. I mean, I'm on a, what, you think I'm on a Union? Yeah, tell it to the Union boss. I gotta see this from above. So this is the right side. Yep, we got all those in photo. And the left side. There's only 2 cars in this entire area that are wrecks. Everything else is drivable. It's gonna take a while. Those actually fill up. Is that a good apple? That's a rotten apple. Gotta see, do we have, I like the worn. Gonna need to get some more red shoes going. I guess it's not a bad idea. You dry off though. I have a feeling that even if I dry off, I'm still gonna end up getting soaked again. Though this one will drop to dry because I cannot actually wring that out. Like, I feel like you should be able to, like, shake that out. That's just damn. These we can just dry real quick. Load it down. There we go. Well, since I'm actually drying the rest of it, I might as well just get everything. Even though it's very likely that we're gonna end up like running back out there in the rain. I definitely have a couple extra batteries on me. It's always handy. Oh, you know, this reminds me too. The guy working on the horse mod, I think he was talking about it. If he actually gets a get like kind of get it semi worked out, it may actually be one step closer to actually being able to sit in a chair in DayZ. It may not, you know, look perfect, but it might actually be a thing. Unless he figures out how to like use like the seat from a car, and like that you have to put them in the world for for you to sit on. But I think it'd be really neat to actually like have chairs you can sit on in DayZ. It's like everybody's just like having a moment while it's raining.
I'm gonna go to bed. It's midnight for me. I'm tired.
All right, we'll catch you run.
Yep, have a good one.
Good night.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run the pop out. Okay, since we're kind of like, you know, in like a downtime moment, I'm actually gonna take a quick second to run the dog out. And then hopefully by then, maybe the rain will stop. And then if not, well, probably end up running out anyways. But I will be back in a minute. All right. Pup's been taken care of. Coffee has been gotten. Snack has been gotten too. And I think the rain is actually let up. So that's a good sign. I am surprised that they're just still sitting there. I guess everybody was having a bit of a break time.
Uh-oh.
That's a big uh-oh.
Why?
Trouble's here.
Am I super loud or too quiet?
Sounds fine to me.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay. Is Amberella gonna join us?
I don't know. Amberella, I think she's calling you out. Did you just call her out?
Yep. But it's late. It's like so late.
You picked a good time to hop on though. Rain stopped.
Oh, nice. Did any of us try to build kits yet? To see if we even can?
No. Kind of
You
forgot
can
about
build
that.
the kits.
Can you?
You can. Okay.
We should put a kit down and then when we all leave, see if it's actually even still around.
What's the normal timer on kits with like nothing in there though?
It's distance based. You walk away enough and it'll just poof.
And that's when you know it's for sure not added?
That's when you know it doesn't have a lifetime. Like as soon as you put it down, if everybody like gets enough distance away, it'll basically just auto-delete it.
Good way of checking. And does it matter if anything's in the kit yet or not?
It might matter that like, if the item is actually fully built versus just the kit itself. And I don't believe we have enough nails to do any like building testing.
Oh, sounds like I need to take a trip down south.
Because keep in mind too, if it does go poof, that also means, you know, we're gonna lose whatever nails we used to build it. So, you know, it does kind of have a risk. I would say mostly only trying it if we had the, if we had like spare nails hanging around.
We just need more.
Which, I mean, we can totally go, like, heading up towns and stuff.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm trying to remember where I found nails mostly. In the capital, maybe. Okay, both jerry cans in the center truck have been purified.
You could, if you want, dump both of those jerry cans into a barrel so that those jerry cans can be refilled.
Does rainwater, is that contaminated water? So if it were to go in there, it'd contaminate the barrel?
Shouldn't. Rainwater should be fine.
Yeah, I could do that.
Because like part of the dog mod where you can like, I think with a pot, look up and actually catch rainwater. And that was safe to drink.
That's our water barrel.
Dougal has 2 of them going.
Well, we've got 2 then.
I just purified this one too.
Alright, in you go. So what did we do today?
It gets...
Truck. Low truck.
Yeah. Was it 2 trucks? 2 trucks, Gunta, no, another Olga.
White Olga?
Yeah, you got a white one now.
So many vehicles. Oh wait, Olga. Oh, that's posh.
It's, yeah, it's really...
Money dig in the parking lot.
Yeah, it's really posh. I know somebody who would probably really like posh things.
Oh, eh? Are they here?
I mean, I'm not gonna name names or point fingers.
Oh, other than the vehicles, any luck on finding blood kits?
Didn't go looking. I did bring up a Bubbles today.
Oh, Bubbles.
The Bubbles, yeah. Real nice guy.
I'm not familiar. Oh, it's a person.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. Bubbles, real nice guy. Super sweet.
Are they your levels of sweetness?
Oh, look, Apple. Fresh one, too.
We also went to a concert.
We did.
Concert? What? I mean, there's music here.
Yeah?
Yep.
I haven't heard music in years. Who was playing?
I don't really know the artist's name, but I don't know. They really know how to get. They got you moving though.
You know, I was draining this feckin' thing the whole time, without even realizing. Well, that's quite the shimmy you both got there. You know, I hear it's all in the hips.
It's all in the hips. Oh, this is kind of dirty.
So what were you all about to do then?
Go for a drive.
Like,
Hey, Spartan. I was not expecting us to have this kind of run. Oh, this is what I was looking for a picture. This right here.
Get even more cars and just go all park them in a nice parking lot in the big city and leave them there.
but they're ours.
All 12.
All cars belong to us?
Yeah, they're ours. And I think when we, leave, we should do like a fun little concert, but also leave just a spider web of landmines all over this place, so whoever makes it through the gauntlet gets super rewarded. Tripwires. Ooh, we could set one of the tripwires with the plague bomb. You know, a friendly goodbye.
You just got told off by your brother? That was very nice of him.
Oh, I wish this nozzle wasn't so fucking small.
Was that the reason why you hopped off? I didn't think you were even being like extremely loud or like overly talkative either.
Sorry there. Pickles, almost done. Sorry, almost done.
Stop moving. Oh, thin walls. I think this was the one he was driving. Leave Marvel's a little gift. And then I definitely don't need that circle wheel.
Alright, that's one.
Oh, it was the East Coast accent. I mean, yeah, the East Coaster kind of thing could definitely, you know, get a little loud.
You guys don't have to wait around. Like I could catch up with one of the cars that you guys don't care about and not worried about losing.
We care about all of the cars?
I meant like what is the redheaded stepchild of our cars right now?
On the roof.
I will punch you square in the foot.
I mean, technically, the redheaded one's probably like my car that's almost dead.
Yeah, I could catch up to you guys and.
But I feel like this one's my responsibility to kill.
Okay, then what's the second one that maybe we're okay with losing?
Why are you staying up here to organize?
I'm still draining the jerry can. The second one, it's almost at 50% done.
Oh, I mean, we're not in a huge rush to, like, you know, get out of here. Once you're done with that, we'll probably want to grab those two empty ones to fill them up as well.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh geez, server going down in 90 minutes. Look out!
So I know at minimum we'll probably be leaving here with at least 2 vehicles, possibly 3rd. I don't know. Do we want to leave with 3 vehicles or just 2?
2 in case we find another.
I did throw an extra spare battery in my car in case we do, with a radiator and a spark plug.
Yeah, I threw a spare battery in mine too.
I mean, we say they're for other cars, but one of us is gonna crash.
It does help as well that if we do crash, that we do have spare parts.
And because you guys said that, I'm gonna put an extra radiator in mine.
Do we have room for 2 jerry cans that we could, you know, water up?
Yeah, we got room. The only thing we're not really carrying is spare tires.
I have 1 jerry can in mine.
Is it full of stuff?
No,
It's empty.
I have a partially filled water one in mine, but
Should we take out 3 jerry cans then?
so just one of the ones you've emptied.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
an empty one in this gunter too.
Okay, so we probably need 1 of gas, right? Or are we pretty much golden?
Takes a while to go through gas, really. The only time we would need gas is almost when we find a new vehicle.
Where should I
Hey,
pop this one?
I'll just chuck it in there. Plus, if we're not going looting, somebody could always take the jerry cans down to fill.
You've got duct tape holding on to the body there.
What? No.
Is that right?
This girl, you just slap it. Hey, she's good.
Why
Nope.
why is it shaking so much when you slapped it? And let me just, the duct tape got loose. Let me lick my thumb.
No. She's good. I mean,
Mash it down again. Wait, yes, looks plenty safe.
yeah, she's like a tank. She'll be
just don't
fine.
sneeze around her. Why? Yeah. All right, we're ready to go. Possibly, you know, get shot at down south and look for nails and blood collection kits.
Other kids.
Well, if we want blood
Leather
collection,
kits, oi.
I mean, that would be more like rabbit.
Rabbit, oi. We could hit up Rabbit and then just work our way down south.
I mean, there's 3 hospitals in the main city.
So,
Plus medical at the military area.
Have we looked at Titty Island at all?
no, we haven't been over that far.
I bet you there's a community camp there already.
That's possible that people could be setting up on Titty Island.
Are you guys super curious?
I mean, fastest way there would be what? Down near the city, then head east? Then over?
It would make the most sense. We nearly have not seen anybody west, and we've been up and down over here.
I'm down.
I mean,
down
we
for
saw,
that.
well, Bubbles and I saw some people, I think, around Podludsny,
The freshie you sniped?
and the person he killed. Yeah.
Yeah. KOS Chad.
We left one alive.
You left him alive? He got away.
No, there was 2 who were together, one who was random. I sniped one of the duos, and then he kind of got away, and we just, you know, let them go. Didn't probably chase them, so, you know, they get to live to tell, you know, tell the tale.
Goodness. Just spread the word like, that town is dangerous. Everybody watered up. Everybody got food. Everybody got their adventure pants on.
And then everybody goes running.
Need to fix this suppressor.
That's a good idea. I hadn't even been thinking about that.
On me. And a headlight bulb. I take it Spartan bedded down for the evening.
Yeah, he's chilling in chat right now.
Yeah.
I see how it is. Oh, please stop organizing. Okay. So we go into Titty Island?
Are we hitting up the town on the way down to, like, are we hitting the main city, or are we going straight to Titty Island?
I think we should. I vote town hit. With
Town hit, Rabbit maybe, and then just scope it out.
Well, if we're gonna do Rabbit, we'd probably would head out east first, then probably Rabbit, then Titty Island. What do you think, Dougal?
Yeah, what you think, Rabbit? We head out east and cut our way down south.
Yeah, we're good.
What were you thinking? This is for you. I owe you one. Oh, look at that. He's so happy. You're,
I
Crow.
don't use purple glow sticks.
Oh, dang, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, quite dangerous keeping the nades right on the front of your jacket there.
It's fine. Can live a little.
Bleed it. Are we taking 3 cars? I thought we were taking 2.
Well, we're taking 3 now.
I can leave this. I can leave this one here, as long as somebody else has this another spare battery and a thing in case we need it.
That's fine. We've got plenty of cars.
I guess the navigators will go first.
Did you just give yourself the title Navigator?
Just a heads up that I don't know if it's still a bug thing, but that might ruin all of us.
Oh, did we set up a kit?
I don't know if it's still a thing, but those kits, yeah, they used to be a thing. At least that, like, you run those over, and it's the chance you're gonna go to space.
That's amazing.
I'll just say it now.
Try it.
If one of these cars wreck, we don't have enough room for everybody.
No, I mean,
So,
well, I mean, if this wrecks, you only have to fit 2 of us.
well, that'll just encourage us to find another car.
Wait, it's because we're not bringing a third. Understood.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
So I'm just saying, if one of us crashes, we're gonna be on foot.
Oh, Pickles jumped out to grab another. He doesn't want to live life on the edge.
Okay, so we'll wait right here.
I'm gonna mix myself a quick protein drink, and I'll be back in about 45 minutes.
What?
Yeah.
Huh.
The 45 minutes game time, so like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Gonna say, how far is a protein powder? God.
So, what's the best way of getting over to Rabbit from here? I know probably going through what, Slatina?
Slatina, and then go down.
What's that, Trebekova?
Trebekova, and then turn on that dirt road and take that pretty much to Rabbit.
Alright, so pretty much just let me know when I get close to that dirt road.
Okay, back. Sorry that took me like 2 hours. Oh, if you guys ever have to like choke down a protein mix, highly, highly, highly suggest using oat milk or even better, chocolate oat milk, because it makes it just so tasty.
Isn't it better, a little bit better to sip on that?
It like tastes really good. Anyone doing anything for Halloween?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
Going to bed so I can go to work.
Check this out.
No horror movies?
Hold on. What was that?
Should we check this hospital?
We're checking the hospital right here.
That was so close.
So Hell's watching Lance gonna go like, do I go left? Do I go right? Do I go left? Do I go right? Gunshot?
Gunshot. Towards Slatina?
Yeah.
Oh goodness, that's where we're going.
single shots. Either they're hunting or somebody just died.
Yay, a blood collection kit.
And it was just a single shot, so if they start firing at us, there's a chance that maybe they only get one of us.
There's a, they're gonna be like, oh my god, there's three cars.
You want to blow this one up too?
Maybe in a minute. Either on the back though.
Like,
Give me one of those things like, who do I shoot?
Probably not a good time not to have a front windshield.
not have a what?
Front windshield.
Nah, that's such minimal. It barely stops the bullet.
Okay, Dougal and I will go in first.
And I'm testing the theory, but I think what's jumping us like out of the trucks and cars is when we have if we have a gun in our hand or an item in our hand. So I have my baby AK
left
in
or
my
right?
hand right now. So I may jump out.
Right, right.
We got a lot of open doors here.
Right again. No. Turn around.
Did we want to take that left there?
Turn here. Turn back here.
Turn back here, alright.
Then just turn in this field here.
On my left?
And mushrooms.
I go left on this road.
Oh, okay, we were on the wrong side. Is there a road or stay on the main?
Stay on the paved road.
Did they add that hanging man on the arch, or was that always there? The stone arch we just went under?
Yeah, it was just added.
God, every time I see like a mini tree in the distance, I'm like, player. No, tree. You doing okay, Grizz?
Yep.
Dougal and Lance drive like madmen, and so does Banaynay, so this is fun.
I'm not driving today.
Heli crashed to our left.
Not gonna say no.
Had a lag spike, sorry.
That's okay. I'm getting out to cover anyway.
This one's not that great.
Do you think it was recently hit?
I got a LAR mag and a 60 round M4 mag.
Nice. Didn't we need another LAR?
Did that just spawn in? And then you said it was a dirt road around here?
Left at this dirt road here.
Oh, where's Grizz? Oh, right in front of us. Oh my god, I was like looking behind.
Okay, so like we stopped on the turn, just to wait for you guys. You'll see the dirt road by up the broken down bus.
I think my game crashed.
It did.
Oh, we rolling?
As soon as I started bucking around, I'm like, yep. Nope.
Are you guys like flipping under the
I am flipping.
It's settled right now.
That's weird.
That's how you know that crash happens.
God, the vanilla soy is so crazy.
The what?
The vanilla soy, the gun soy.
Oh, sway.
What'd you think I say?
I kept hearing like vanilla, like soy.
The vanilla soy.
That's what I heard.
Delicious.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about some soy milk.
Yeah, that's. I was like what's going on with vanilla soy?
Oat milk is better. Out of all the milk substitutes I've had. So are we hitting up Rabbit at night?
By the time we get there, probably.
Or wait, Titty Island. We're doing Titty Island
Well,
first?
we'll be Rabbit then Titty Island.
Okay.
I just keep going straight, like around here.
Oh, there's the road.
The road like continues.
Well, there's a rock in the road, so careful of that.
Ooh, is this a sharp one? Yeah. Grizz, don't go up the road. Kind of go at it from the side. Like the others are doing.
So I'm just waiting to see if you guys actually get up it.
Oh, so close! Dang it! Dang, I think we lost the momentum.
Alright, Grizz's turn. This is kind of a horrible hill.
It's terrible. Uh-oh. I think Lance is determined. You know, we're gonna get
I'm getting out of his way then.
I fucked that one up.
Daisy fucked that one up.
And this is where I'm gonna kill this car.
Why would you put that on yourself? Like, put it out there in the universe. Are we all just being stubborn?
We go right and follow along the power lines until we get up the hill.
We're gonna have to go through the woods. Whoa. Is the only vehicle that could maybe make that would be the Nada in a truck?
I don't even know if I don't know.
The truck probably. The truck probably would do it.
I thought we had an Ada. Oh, didn't it crash at the bottom when we first hit it?
Probably because we didn't go up the side of it. A truck though would probably do it because it's just all torque. This is like off-roaded.
What is it about this whole area though, where it's like you're driving in mud?
Now on this part, you might find yourself like just zigzagging.
Oh yeah, here it is, the mud part. So slippery. Serpentine, Babu, serpentine. And I'm assuming Marbles is in his hibernation state.
Oh, he might be. Yeah, because I messaged him and I didn't get a response, so.
It's usually he like pushes it super hard for like 3 to 4 days and then passes out for a day.
Almost, yeah. Well, I think right here we can cut back in the woods.
Just keep following the power lines for.
Yeah, it hits the dirt road.
It'll go back to the road.
Are there any hay bales?
Not that I remember.
I mean, just asking for a friend.
Well, you can tell your friend. Not that we recall.
Did everybody make it up?
Yep.
Still trying.
Yeah, now just take the road again.
I'm gonna hold up, wait first, see if the Grizz gets up that hill. I know that Sarka might be a little more tricky getting up that.
It is. But I'm up, I think.
There we are. Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, once you get basically to like the top of that and crest over, then you're pretty much good to go.
I'm right behind you.
Yeah, again, we're just waiting for a Mashling over here to. I think she was throwing up.
I know, I was drawing me on blood.
Kind of an odd time to draw your old blood right there.
Something about driving at night is so spooky with like the Blair Witch lights all up on the trees.
I get like tunnel vision a little bit because of the grass, the way like the reflections are on the lights.
I'll take your word for it. I have like potato, so it's just a bunch of like paper strips poking out of the ground for me.
But yeah, it's like my eyes want to focus on the grass versus like where I'm actually driving.
Just look at the flowers, Crow. Look at the flowers.
It'll probably be how Crow dies. Just look at the flowers.
Look at the flowers.
Of crows and clowns.
Will that be his memoir?
The core of this story.
Underwritten by the BBC.
Yeah, he's probably gonna need at least like a true crime, documentary done too.
That would be the, oh man. I would watch that. It'd just be so bizarre.
Like this mafia-ish family that like slowly like goes insane and turns into clowns, murderous clowns.
The humble origins of the tuna mafia.
Left.
That is how this voice came to be for Corvus. That was right ahead of us.
It was right in front of us.
Try faster.
I mean, I have.
No, I can see the gas kind of.
So I have a gas mask, but anybody else is gonna have to go around. Unless everybody thinks their vehicles can make it through the woods. I see the gas right up ahead.
Last time Dougal and I tried to drive through it, we did get sick, and I only have one blood bag on me.
Well, I can. The other thing is, I could throw my gas mask on and get cut, but everybody else would have to go through, like, on foot.
No, it's easy to drive through. We could probably drive through.
Did somebody just disconnect?
Sick,
You
we go around it.
that last time.
Hold on, did somebody disconnect?
Not me, but I'm bucking like crazy.
I think Lance.
I'm lagging out.
Okay, it's really creepy because your character model's just staring at me with her creepy fucking eyes. This looks so spooky. I went out.
All right, everybody, just ride it out. Just ride it out. You'll be fine. And poof.
And poof.
All right. Oh, and he's back.
Am I back?
Are you just a ghost in the system?
Guess who's back? Back again.
You know, that
Cars all
emote.
bumpy for me.
That emote is probably like a perfect thing for my driving.
My car's moving towards you. Move. I can't control it right now.
No, we're just sitting. You're not moving.
For me, I'm moving everywhere.
Do you want to try just turning the car off? Are you, now we're moving? Maybe turn the car off and get out a moment. Oh, he poofed entirely. Like gone.
Oop. All right, we're in a nice little kind of flat piece here. I can't see the town from right here. We're not past it yet.
I don't know how good of an idea it is to have Lance and I in the same vehicle. Just my connection's bad. I wonder if it's
still having to go straight through on.
I hear a heli.
Hey, they won't know that we go for it. What town is this? Cinna. Oh, that's gonna be a little hard to see in the dark.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. Oh, I didn't realize this was the way to rabbit.
Yeah, there's a rabbit.
Yeah, no, we did. I thought I had to keep going. Sorry, I unintentionally got the rabbit. I know there's a couple wrecks over here. Here, a door I can take. Now to try to put the car back together. Got a door. Nope. Thought that might have been one for this Arca. My Gunter is just like a real piece of work. Just, you know, a hodgepodge of just different pieces now. And every time we seem to find another Gunter, I just gut mine for that. Alright, so passenger, back driver.
And did you guys, after going left, like, take the road out of
Away from town.
the town? Okay.
Does any of the Gunters need a trunk?
I don't think any of the ones we brought.
None of the ones we brought, just the Sarka trunk.
Alright. Yeah, I was looking at the circus too. I didn't see any trunks.
Yeah, we haven't come across any. Like, out of all the wrecks, like, none of them.
Charcoal. Chlorine. You can definitely get a lot of eppies out of here, that's for sure. More bandages. Oh, is there not a flare? Trying to find a flare. Fishbowl. Seems to be a common
I found
theme.
2 blood collection kits and 3 filters.
Nice. I found 1 filter so far. Oh, didn't we lose NBC boots, or don't we need more too? Like we just need more gear in general, NBC?
In general, probably.
I got boots.
I got boots.
Because I think that I died wearing NBC gear.
Now you
You
can
did.
scoot and boogie.
I got a jacket.
Chris. Anyone low on bandages?
I guess not.
I guess not.
No, there's like a ton of them back in one of those tents back at Pig.
Yeah, but what are you carrying on you?
Well, we haven't really encountered anything, so I've got 4 right now.
Oh, that's plenty.
Yeah, I got 3.
Not a single flare? You know, usually like when you don't want to find a flare is when you find one. So I got some charcoal out of that, 2 eppies and a filter.
Okay, so we got 3 filters total. 2 NBC boots, and NBC jacket, 2 blood kits that I'm filling right now.
I got another.
No, I got 3 filters. So we got 5 total.
I've got a 3rd blood kit.
Why?
Oh, and another red key card.
Nice.
Nice.
I just sworn I had more IV starter kits on me. Guess not.
There's a bunch back at home base.
I'm feeling a bit yellow.
So if we're going to Teddy Island next, we pretty much what? Just want to go south for a bit?
There's a dirt road just south of here that we want to take.
Also right past that is also a gas station if we need fuel at all. How's everybody doing on gas?
I'm good.
I think it'd be a good idea. Don't we have an extra Jerry we'd probably want to fill up?
We could, yeah. And I can fill mine up with water.
And then the other with water.
Like, I know I could use a little bit of gas, but I'm not like even a half a tank yet.
Why, didn't you just fill up?
I didn't know.
Oh, this is from the night before then. Good.
So do you want to take the other way to the island?
I mean, we could, but I mean,
What's the other way?
you go past the
Well,
gas
that's the way that
station,
goes by the gas station.
and then you
Oh.
take the next turn.
And take like the southern route in there.
Well, isn't there a well at Titty Island anyway if we're focused more on water than gas?
No, there's not.
Oh.
That was a bro edit thing.
Oh.
That's like the stupidest edit. Like, that made no sense.
To have a well?
You're on a lake. There's water everywhere.
That's where it's coming from.
Except it's if you have to fill up from the actual like pond, you have to use a tablet.
If we got extra tablets on us, we could just go straight to Titty Island.
Oh, this was more about filling up that one thing for gas.
But yeah, either this dirt road or go straight to the gas station.
We'll do the gas station just so we can fill up that one jerry can. Like, I'm not super worried on about gas, but every time we find like a new vehicle, we tend to have to fill. Oh wait, we can't go in.
Yeah.
Come on, just fly through it. We'll be fine.
Well, not for gas part.
As long as we're going 100 kilometers, we'll only be in there like 3 seconds in the gas.
Isn't the
You know what?
Oh yeah, you're flying past that for the gas station. No, it's fine. We'll just go to Titty Island.
Dougal, you said yesterday we could just drive through, and we drove through and we got sick.
Well, town has really narrow roads.
There it is.
Well, what does that mean?
You can't go very fast on those roads. I mean, on these roads, you could go super fast.
Now, if we had the part of like our PO mod where you can like get into your inventory, you technically could be driving and like probably throw the gas mask on and then just take cuts going through.
And then just like bandage madly at the end.
Basically, yeah, like throw on your mask, drive through real fast. If you get any cuts, then as soon as you're out, bandage. But at least you don't risk you being sick at all.
So the sickness comes from breathing it, not the cuts?
Am I cutting across that other dirt road?
Yeah, get on that dirt road. In front of us.
When you guys get to the end,
go left.
Yeah, when you guys get to the end of that, like it'll be a dead end. But then there's like the other part of the dirt road. Kind of past the the grass. Straight down or returning?
Or return here.
So if we find a person there,
We kill
are
him.
we gonna try to hold them up
Definitely.
or just unloading immediately?
I mean, it could depend if we're running into like maybe like a group of like 3 or 4 and they have guns.
Then we shooting?
Make our presence known a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Then once they realize there's like a lot of us, maybe, you know, maybe then they want to talk.
Everyone's just been running from us.
Oh wait, we got turned back there. Sorry.
This one right here. Oh wait, all the way.
And are people just, do you think they're probably setting up there just because, you know, oh, Titty Island?
We'll have to find out. 'Cause it was, I mean, it was more of a thing when like Sentry was hopping on. I don't know if
You
anybody's
how
really.
people are about their favorite streamer.
I don't know if anybody's really carrying the torch for Titty Island.
Oh, that is true. I do love the Crow Towers from watching my favorite streamer.
And all of those stairs.
My favorite part was the pool.
Did you say the pool?
Yeah, the pool that Marbles had upstairs.
That horrifying pool.
Just the conversations about the water and how they got
Yes,
water up
God.
there.
Foul. Just foul boys. Just, ugh.
That
Can you
pool.
imagine how bad that room smells?
Okay, that pool would make like the witches of like Hocus Pocus probably proud, alright? That was a potion brewed in there.
No, it wasn't. It was just poop and pee, vomit, and like foot juice. Like that's not a potion.
How do you know?
Because I'm a witch.
Could totally be a potion. This is the really old one.
We're not talking like the folk magic that makes people more sick. Like, oh, you got a sore? Let me just rub this donkey dung on your face.
Well, instead of donkey dung, it's probably more like human dung, but yeah.
No, no, there's nothing right-hand path about any of what was going on in that pool. Yeah, and didn't Corvus, he threw up on it in it when he was doing shrooms? And the coke he got from Dryad?
Possibly. Also, you want to throw into that at some point, you know, before all that, Marbles probably did bathe in there. So it also had like, you know, just
Like
human
marble
juices.
soup?
Yeah,
Did you say human juices?
human juices.
Oh god, now I'm picturing like a human being squished like an orange.
Well, there it is, in front of us.
Yeah. And if anybody is happening to chill there, they can see 3 cars rolling in.
I'd be pooing my pants.
And then one person in that group's gonna be
Oh,
thinking,
it's beside us now.
one person's definitely thinking about, you know, in their head, We can get one of those cars. Or does this road just gonna kind of keep going? I can't remember if there was like a pull-off spot.
That's what she said.
That she wants a pull-off spot?
Yeah. Little hussy. Wants to go out to make out point.
I pulled off the side of the road, kind of like facing the statues.
Lance circled the opposite way. So we're going clockwise around Kitty Island. Towards the back. Oh, we're fine. Nope.
Did you guys almost just go into the water?
Hey, you know what? Maybe we are in water.
The random bear traps? Well, we're gonna find out. Hey, Pickles, you got lights on. And knock knock, anybody home?
We may need tissues for our issues.
Oh, oh my.
Do you see us?
I just caught you sliding down a bit there. Oh, I think you got it. You got it.
Yeah, we out. Good job, Lance.
Waste.
I kept thinking of that scene, the final scene in Homeward Bound, when Shadow drops into that mud pit. We just need a little pep speech, and then we got it.
Got a fishing pole and a dry bag here. I don't think anybody's setting up here at all.
All right, good.
Could it be because nobody can get north because they can't find car parts?
No.
Even with all of the cars that we have, there's still more cars out there.
Yeah, Capital is full of cars.
sneakers again.
What's the big deal about this place then? Got a pub.
I mean, these right here, you know.
Like, I see now.
I mean, yeah, you know, it's real attention grabs.
What was that?
It's a real attention grabber, like especially from the front.
But, sure.
Haven't seen one. Concert thing.
Yeah, walking up here wouldn't be too bad if you were on foot. Darn. That looks like you should be able to make that jump. Yeah. No, it looks like you should be able to make that, but then you kind of hit the roof. I mean, for the most part, anything in Banov is not terrible if you want to, you know, walking there. You'll definitely get there. You can jump on the umbrellas from the rock, then get in the part above the back porch. So that and that.
Zuko? Dang it! I almost got one of you midair.
I need to jump again.
Yes.
Well, that worked out really well. So they did that, like, that's almost like a trick. Because, like, you really can't do it there,
Too
but then you can
laggy.
do that.
I got it.
Yay! Okay, good. I saw that 360 spin.
Hey, Crow.
Kaka.
Channeling
Kaka.
your inner mountain goat.
Kaka. Kaka.
Oh, you missed your brother.
Kaka. Kaka.
Oh, it's alright. He's just sleeping.
Kaka. Kaka.
Oh, little lone crow.
Kaka. Kaka.
Would you like to give this a snuggle? Makes me feel better.
Kaka. Kaka.
Yeah. Oi.
Kaka. Kaka.
Oh, okay. No bear then.
Kaka.
Corvus is a Pokemon.
All I can do is talk and say is Kaka. Kaka.
Yeah, yeah. And just different, like, fluctuations. Kaka.
Or would it be like the Pokemon who just says like crow? Crow, crow? Crow.
Crow, crow.
Crow, crow.
But then, like,
Crow.
some Pokemon would just, like, screech. Like, you know, the legendary birds? They would just, like, screech. They wouldn't be like, Moltres. It'd just be a
So,
bird call.
yeah, there, top of there, and then you can just climb it.
Oh, you're a dead one in the water. Hey,
Was
where
that
you
Senna
at?
getting hit again? Kaka.
I think so.
Kaka.
Crow. Crow, crow.
Oh no, not you.
Crow. Crow. Crow, crow.
Oh, no. You're not
Crow.
a Pokemon.
Crow. Crow.
No,
Crow.
you're,
Crow.
you're...
Crow,
Oh,
crow.
God. It started.
Crow.
It reproduced by budding.
Crow.
Crow. Crow.
Crow. Crow, crow. Crow.
You want some loot there, Crow?
Crow. Crow, crow, crow. Crow.
Oi, want loot?
Crow.
Make a nice nest. Sit right on top of. Squat down, claim it yours.
Crow, crow.
Oi,
Crow.
go get you some loot.
Crow. You hadn't really spent a whole lot of time over here. I kind of avoided.
Anyone got a leather kit on them?
Oh, what's damaged?
My boots.
Same.
Let's try duct tape.
I got a leather kit on me.
Duct tape is a no-go.
Duct tape. Okay, I got a leather kit. I just want to try.
I think duct tape only works on willies.
One of the few things duct tape doesn't work on. Shoes. Grow.
Oh, we're in desperate need of more leather kits.
Yes, for sure. Too bad we can't craft them.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a shame. We're too stupid to know how. But perhaps we'll be more lucky when we sweep through the towns.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
I know we will. You know what they say, you know, when things start being really shitty, it'll turn right back around before it goes shitty again. So I think we're at that point.
We see it. I think the problem is though is that we're looking for them, so we're not going to find them. So we need to look for something else.
Oh, aye, we need to play coy. You know, I don't want you, leather kit. Play hard to get.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So we're looking for sewing kits.
Aye, sewing kits and toy repair kits.
But definitely not leather repair kits.
Oh no, and green sneakers. That's what we need.
Hey, Dougal, do you mind driving for me?
Sure. Where to now? The capital?
I'm unclear of where we are exactly. What is it officially called?
Mastodon Geothermal Park or something.
Oh, sure. We could stop in Zitna and then Overik on the way to Capital. With us four, we should clear that in like minutes.
I figured if Dougal drives, I can have a snack here.
Ooh, what's the snack?
Wasabi peas.
Yum. You know, I normally don't handle heat well, but for some reason, like, I think horseradish spice is a totally different experience than, like, pepper. Like, it's more in the nose.
Yeah.
And then curry's pretty, it's so hard to describe. If you, like, how would you describe curry to somebody who's never had it before?
Somebody who's never had it before, yeah. If you guys want to explain it to me.
Okay, it's super flavorful, amazingly savory, and the type of heat it gives isn't like a tongue heat or a nose heat. Like, to me, it heats you from, like, the inside out. Like, it warms your stomach. I'm explaining this weird, aren't I?
So, like heartburn?
Now, is it different between the different types of curry?
Yes, because there's Japanese curry, which, I mean, that's okay. I like Indian curry, and there are different heat levels that you can get and different flavorings in them. My favorite, though, is yellow curry. That's a good starter for anybody who's first trying it, is yellow curry. It's so good.
Take a right at the end of the road if you don't see us.
Ooh, dip some naan in it. Oh no.
So probably the one thing I do know is that, like, they always say you gotta have the naan bread.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's so good. Like, if I could make my own, I would in a heartbeat, but like, good naan is made in that like stone oven type thing, or cement oven, where they like stick it up on the wall.
I know what you're talking about. But yeah, like this is the most I know about is, like, it's almost offensive to like you don't even want naan bread. You have you have naan bread with this.
Oh, it's because like you'd be missing out on so much if you didn't have it with naan. I don't know why naan tastes so good, but it just does. Like, I used to just snack on it by itself. Oh no, now I want to make curry. Current favorite food, go.
Gotta say jerk chicken.
That's a tough one.
That's why I said current. I feel like it's so hard to pick a favorite. Jerk chicken.
Like any bodega hot food, rice, that chicken, that shit is always the best.
Is Grizz ahead of you guys?
No.
Okay, I don't even.
I'm way back. I'm way.
He's way behind.
I would say probably maybe current favorite might be chicken Alfredo.
Oh. Do you put like whole cloves of garlic in there?
Oh, I'm talking like restaurant. version, like Italian restaurant Italian. Like I don't really make it like myself.
Which way on the road?
So you're leaving the dirt road I left? Like, are you on the pavement road? Or you see it in front of you?
Yeah. Pavement.
Oh, we don't see you.
Did I zig when I should have zagged?
I think so. I'm just looking at the map. Oh, okay, I think I know maybe what happened.
You took a right instead of a left?
Well, no, the dirt road we take, it splits off, and one of them goes further south than where we were. If you're on the pavement road, if you just
I
take
see him.
south.
He's right here.
Okay.
And then like, if you're having chicken Alfredo too, if you want to warm it up, like using like a double boiler, throwing in like a little extra cream, and then heating it up that way.
Oh, that's a smart way of reheating. I like putting mushrooms in my chicken Alfredo. That car is being driven by no one to me. I don't even see Chris in it.
Was that restart still like 10 minutes away?
Yep.
It's probably getting closer to like the 5-minute mark.
What about you, Chris and Dougal? Current favorite food?
Oh, I don't know. Probably tacos.
Heck yes.
Probably pad thai for me.
All right, for taco though, beef, chicken, or fish?
Steak.
Beef, yeah.
I like chicken.
The one Mexican place I always get from has the best vegetable burrito ever, though.
Hey, was that another truck behind us?
Ooh, do they use like those green tomatoes? Oh, what are they called? Tomatillos.
When you guys come over that hill, is that a blue truck you'll see on your left?
That is. It looks like it almost has all its wheels.
Needs a front wheel and 2 dualies on the...
What's that car in front of us with the door open?
That's a wreck. Oh, I might check it for parts real quick.
We're gonna loot this town anyway, right?
We do need those tires though, because we stole the tires off of one of the other dualies.
There's a barrel in here.
In the barn?
Yeah. I don't think we have room.
One of our cars might.
My car's completely empty, so... Well, not completely, but there's enough room for it in mine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 150 space, so if you got that, then make it fit.
I mean, not like we're dying for storage.
Well, you know, we looted up a bunch of the west side, now we can loot up a bunch of the, you know, east side.
God, we're just a menace. Are you taking left side?
I'm on left right now, yeah.
Okay, because we could do 2 to 2 and just each one skip a house the other's doing.
2-minute warning. Probably don't want to do a whole lot of picking items up at the moment. Anyways, being this close to restart.
No.
That was almost dangerous.
Yeah, that was it.
Hey, got an extra battery.
Do we have a wrench?
Like a red wrench?
Like a wrench. Hand wrench. Don't we need that for a car?
Pipe wrench.
There's a Sarka here. Needs one wheel.
Does it have the trunk?
No, needs one wheel and a spark plug.
We could check the cars. I think they're.
Don't we got a extra one in the Sarka?
Yeah, I have one in the circuit.
More cars.
If not, there's one here.
I could drive it if we don't care about losing it. Like, it wouldn't hurt us to, like, we wouldn't be like, oh, that ruined the game for me, losing that Sarka.
No, if you want to drive it, go for it.
As well as they drive, nobody's gonna care if we lose the circus.
We could lose half our cars and be fine.
I just don't want Dougal to have to drive. I feel like he's been driving for like 3 days straight.
I got a rest for a while today.
That's so sad sounding.
And then, well, once I'm done snacking, I'll jump in the driver's seat.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
We're still having.
Overick is gonna be a tough one. Those apartments. But apparently stuff spawns in apartments. I found stuff in there the other day.
I found a jacket in one. Went to the entire apartment. One jacket.
Was it a nice jacket?
It was a rider jacket. That's what I'm wearing right now.
Oh, nice. I thought he looked different.
I gave Grizz the black tactical shirt.
It's so hard because like Aisling doesn't really stare long at people unless they're not looking. So I just glance for red armbands or distinguishing like your freaking ghillie hood.
My Tina Turner hair.
Tina Turner hair.
Yep.
That's pretty Tina Turner.
I didn't name it.
But no, it's pretty accurate.
Well, surprisingly, even with our current like look we have going, like even Spartan looking like us gave us a scare of like who's dressed like us.
Oh, I saw that on stream.
Like we had to like chase him down and be like who are you? Why do you look like us?
Why are you wearing like you're like, what's with the red armband and the red sneakers?
I'm in front of my nostalgia house right now.
Oh, is it the grow house?
Yep, it's the grow house.
Finley made so many trips that annoying place.
I made a lot of trips to this house. empty right now.
I'm on right side if, so I think people left off on picking left.
Well, I know I'm still on left.
I found a medium tent.
Apparently Dougal's been in my my grow house. His black cowboy hat was here.
Dougal. That's a big no-no. Oh, another car battery.
Well, I mean, he grew for us, so I mean, it makes sense. Oh, I saw this mod the other day. Work in progress kind of mod, but it makes it so kind of like some other games like Rust and Scum, where there's not loot on the floor in the world. You actually go up to like boxes and chests and stuff and like search them.
Oh, kind of like State of Decay.
Yeah, you basically run up to you have to like run up to like a chest and you hit like F and it'll search the chest.
You have to like hold it down and stuff.
So like yeah, like no items actually spawn like just on the ground for the most part. They're all like in like wardrobes and like the fridges. So you
Yeah,
have
that's
to
like State of Decay. They have like a system set up that's pretty cool too. Like you can speed search, like hold down shift to search faster, but you make more noise so it draws like Zeds.
basically like that. And it's a work in progress mod because there's a lot of like having to add points into the world for like, you know, to search. And also dealing with, you know, like the items that you would find.
Welcome back.
Good lord. So my dilemma is I have to work in 2 hours.
Work in 2 hours?
Yeah.
Why did you stay up this long?
Better
If you want to
why did
log
at 7 p.m.
here. Like if you wanted to log here, like I could drive the car and then next time you're on we could pick you up.
He could log with parts for that Sarka.
Still there when I get back.
Okay, yeah.
Or
if you want to
we-
like hide the Sarka,
We could throw the parts in the end and you can take it up into the woods.
and then that way you have like a way back.
That would work.
Okay, check that just to recheck it.
Oh, that's here.
Yeah, well it's ahead of us, but yeah.
Just the southern part, yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's at the end of it gets gassed.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lance, geez, I'm sorry you stayed up so late.
It's not up late, it's waking up late.
I'm gonna work in 2 hours.
This degenerate lifestyle isn't for everybody.
But no. Not degenerate, we're just unique.
Dedicated. Highly motivated people.
So that car might be gassed off.
Depending how far
Which
down it is.
car?
The one we were driving.
The car battery in here, and I try to work out room for it, but I don't have any. I could drop the barbed wire, like I just figured if we're gonna try to build.
Gotta
Should I
find
be
those
carrying
nails.
around a 4-dial?
No.
Nah, nails are kind of like the first find.
Okay.
There's a 4-dial back at base if we need it.
Tomatoes.
Oh, bye, Lance.
Wasn't me.
Oh, it was.
No,
Who?
I couldn't hear you guys. I was like, how come nobody's talking?
We're just like in the zone. I wonder if, because I did see Nails like the first day. Do you think he'd care enough to like realize that, hop in and like remove them from spawning?
He might.
Yeah.
It's the quickest way of stopping any building, even crates. You just don't have nail spawn. I'm starting up. I'm pushing it here. I'm getting real close to that. Alright, I finished up the left side. Gonna start working on the right side heading up.
Almost done with right side.
I'm like right on the edge of the gas here.
Nice and safe.
My car's in the gas though,
I
right?
there is a gas mask in my car.
I'll just say pop a saline, run in there,
So you
drive out, bandage.
basically, yeah, the gas mask will stop you from getting sick. You just take the cuts.
Do we need a battery? Do we?
Yeah,
do
we can use the
have
other
a
one.
battery charger?
We can
What?
use we can use an extra one though.
Okay. I am now out of space.
Is that so? Is that car down in that gas?
Yeah.
The other Sarger or the Gunter?
I'm sure I can get it out though.
But yeah, if you look at the trunk of my car, there's a gas mask.
And there's probably couple spare filters.
Oh, the trunk of your car that's in the gas has the mask?
Yeah.
Oh, and there's
Oh
a
wait,
lot of
my car's in the gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you kept driving.
I drove the other end of town to start looting that area.
Oh.
He was trying to be efficient.
So somebody could. I mean, he could throw the gas mask on then. Might get sick, but we can give you blood.
I got blood, so if I do get sick, I'll be fine.
And then you basically just like get to the car, maybe throw on the gas mask first.
Oh, they have the water. Is there a jerry can with water in that Gunter too?
And mine, yeah, half a jerry can of water.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that for the other Sarga.
I have half a pot too.
picked up an extra battery as well.
This is Lance's car, so
I know.
just keep in mind he's logging out.
Oh yeah, I'm just throwing an extra battery in there.
No, you're gonna take this gun.
What gun are you talking about?
Why did you... TC?
The Gunter.
Oh, I'm taking it, but you need a way home.
Yeah, the Sarka back up the road. I'm gonna set that up to take. Unless you want to take that Sarka and I hide the Gunter.
I think the Gunter is more valuable than the Sarka, right? So I'd want to take the Sarka.
I would say so.
Yeah. So as long as you just go hide with the Gunter, then.
And
I also have a spare pipe wrench I just picked up.
I threw
And
a
what
spare
does
one in this Gunter.
what does the Sarka need?
Wheel that's in the trunk of the Sarka, of our Sarka.
Well, while we wait for McDougal to do his the kind of a stunt here, we can go get this set up.
Well, I mean, isn't it just at the end of the road here?
Yeah.
Barrels in my Gunter too. It's down the road. It's far.
Yeah, you should leave the tire in his Sarka and then drive the Sarka down to the other vehicle.
Yeah, that'd be smart, huh? But it's all right if the barrel's in there. We're not pressed for storage.
Where the hell should I go hide this?
Whatever you do, don't let me
What about-
know. Or let me like mute the stream part if we're gonna talk about it.
Oh, Lance, this way.
Just in case any meta. I'm going to go ahead to set up.
All right.
Yeah, I've been.
Give me a piece of food really quick.
Oi.
Perfect.
All right, let's go. Let's get that Sarka set up.
Oh, good night. Ben Hunter, Thomas.
Ben Hunter Thomas. That's quite the name.
I don't know who he is actually. It's been a confusing couple days. Oh. Mr. Pickles, you're back. I think we can patch that up with duct tape.
That one we should be, yeah. And I just found some new one. Is that a Sarka right in behind that wall too? Hold
Come
up there.
past it. It's back here where I just passed.
They back it up.
By the green 2-story.
Yeah, we found it.
Oh, it's just alright.
How you doing, Dougal?
East side is town's clear. We'll see if I can get that car out.
Nope, too far,
Do you have
too
blood
far.
on you?
Yeah.
A little bit over here. And right there. All right, so yeah, this one just needed the wheel.
Yeah, I left the spark plug in it.
You know what? It's all about the leg strength when it comes to lifting heavy things.
And then yeah, it just needs water.
Which, if it wasn't gassed, there's a well right there. We have our jerry cans we still need to fill.
Google just said it's the gas cleared.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's a tricky spot with these, isn't it? You all filled up?
If that was like just a cooking pot, no. Is it? Oh yeah, she's yeah, it's not enough. This is gonna need gas, like real bad. No, I wouldn't. Don't waste your water. The jerry can has water in it.
Hey, but the well's just down there too.
Yeah, but you may not be able to fill it up enough with just that. But that is gonna need gas though. That's for sure. Like that needle is like
one.
Like that is on red.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, I don't know if it'll even start.
So the only gas station I'm seeing is to the west of Teddy Island. Or on the western side of the city. Time for you to get 2 hours of sleep.
I'm gonna just relax. I probably ain't gonna sleep. If I sleep, I'll be late, because I will oversleep.
Oh, doing the 24-hour push, huh?
I might as well.
Well, good luck, Lance. Thank you for playing.
Yeah. Look out to your run.
Probably catch y'all tomorrow if y'all play. If not, we'll see when I see you.
Sounds good.
Think about this plan.
What?
See anyone driving an all-black Gunter, shoot them.
Will do. 10-4.
What if we head up to the city, team of two starts sweeping it, other team of two comes up with, gas, fills up the Sarka. That way we can already start looting the city and get gas.
Well, I don't know, speed-wise, it may be faster for the gas guys to go up north first.
Are you Santas?
Instead of, because if you want to go get gas to the city, I mean, you got to go through Orvik on all those, like, western towns. Go all the way to the west side to get to a gas station in the city, or we could just go up north. Like, straight up this road right here. Like, just a straight shot. No turns.
Oh, wait, I thought you meant there was gas in Overick.
Yeah. No. This is a straight shot up that road.
Oi.
So it'd be like maybe a 5-10 minute trip to like speed all the way up to get gas.
Oi.
I got the car out, but I had to use the blood.
Was it still gas down there? Do you see where?
the
You see where the gas station is? We're talking about.
What's the gas indicator on Sam? Oh, I see it. Yeah.
The contaminated gas or like the fuel pumps?
Fuel pumps. I see it now.
Yeah, thankfully those ones are actually easy to see because they're nice and orange. But yeah, if we're gonna do gas,
Yeah,
it will be quicker to go north.
Yeah. I just thought you said there was gas in the city and we're closest to Ulrich, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. I don't remember gas there.
Oh
but
yeah,
that's
I meant like
awesome.
big city, western side, versus a couple minutes up the road.
Should we head out now?
In what, your Sarka?
Grizz's Sarka?
That's what I meant,
one
yeah.
person-
Like,
One person could hang back?
I mean, I can hang
Or,
back
like-
for Dougal because I was already co-driving with him anyways.
Or
And he has
we
the
all go?
water.
'Cause- Oh yeah, he has the water.
I'm
Yeah.
fine either way. If we all want to travel up there together real quick to get just gassed up all the vehicles,
Oh yeah, good point.
and then fill up a jerry can, then swing back through here, go grab this Arca, and then head into the city, or head to at least Orvik.
Yeah, because we're still looting Ulrich, right? Like, there's potential for nails. And leather sewing kits. Which we really need. Our shoes. My shoes!
It's the first time you've had damaged shoes this run.
Yes. And, okay. No more leather kit on me.
I still got the full one on me.
We've been here enough. I wonder if some mushrooms.
Hey, Vance. That's why I ain't hanging out tonight. I think Banov's been terrible for us. We're all running like, you know, crackhead hours for it.
Plus, do mushrooms only spawn on, like, the flat forested? Like, the piney places?
I believe it can be almost, not almost anywhere. There is like, you know, spawn radiuses of them. But yeah, it'll come down to a bit of just like us being here long enough and then checking like the forest.
I figured we would have been here long enough, but I don't see any.
It's possible this area may not have like a starting one.
I think I saw one when we were driving around the gas at night.
I saw one, yeah, I think I saw that too, and I thought that was weird.
There's mushroom here.
Here's one.
It's just apparently baked mushrooms are up there with like baked fish fillet in terms of like that food and caloric intake. And they only take up 2 slots of inventory.
Yeah, they're a bit silly.
That's why, like, anytime we stop, I'm always like looking around for mushrooms because it's great travel food for the group. Oh yeah, they're starting to spawn in. Oh yeah, for sure.
Got that Minnesota accent going.
Oh yeah, don't you know?
Oh, there's a bullet in here. That's dangerous.
Careful now, you keep making fun of me, I'll throw you in the wood chipper. Nope, I went Irish.
That's how much water they give.
I know, one of them gives a butt ton of water, and I read the description and it even was like full of milky fluid. But you get like 3 ticks on those ones, food and water.
300 calories food and 500 water if they're baked.
Yeah, see, that's way overpowered. Like a fish fillet, I think it's like 60 water. And I forgot the caloric intake. And they weigh like nothing too, so.
And the longer you just stand there, they just keep popping up.
They just keep popping up. So it's like the best group food for us right now.
And that's why mushrooms are such a broken thing. Like, it also will happen if you go find yourself like an orchard. Just sit there for long enough, and apples will, and pears I think will just start spawning around you. And then you can find fresh ones, dried ones.
They're actually better than venison.
The apples and pears?
No, the mushrooms.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
Same food, but way more water.
Yeah, I think just for our group, the fact that like we're loot goblins, we want to conserve our inventory space, so yeah, I'm gonna be hunting for mushrooms a lot.
And I believe like this has been like a broken thing for like most of the life of Daisy.
The mushrooms.
How they spawn. Because somehow they haven't figured out how to like control that at all.
I wonder why. Because wouldn't it be like any other spawn?
Well, there's something about it that's apparently just inherently broken. Somewhere in like this like the script or something.
Man, vanilla is like super cakewalky, isn't it?
Oh, 100%.
Like you barely got Zeds, you got mushrooms and loot everywhere and stamina for days.
There's a reason why even like vanilla can turn very like PvP-ish very quickly.
Wait, you guys got stamina?
Well, not right now. I'm carrying a tent, but I think this is the first time I've been this low. Also, we've had cars, so we're just able to like unload all their stuff.
That is kind of one of the things that happens too is like if you have at least one car even, you kind of snowball.
Yeah. We have a fleet.
Unless you're running into like a very like highly populated server that will more than likely shoot you when they see a car.
But then us gross role players just crawled in, just dominating the server so far. Just this rolling group of... Are we 9 technically?
Oh, I have no idea. We're kind of like a rotating number.
But like, okay, so we got Dougal, Grizz, Spartan, yourself, Bubbles, Marbles, myself, Lance,
Snap.
LB.
A bit of LB. Apparently he shot out like one of the windows.
He did. He sent me a clip. You guys didn't even notice.
What do you do?
You didn't see? He shot out the back of your window as you guys were leaving the base.
Nobody even noticed it.
Today?
No. Yeah, not one head spun around. I'll send you the clip. Hold on.
It must have been mine because I did hear a window break. But
Yeah, I saw the window break and I thought I didn't know what it was.
I thought I hit the mirror or something.
No, apparently he shot out your window. Because he said that we were so focused on loading we don't even pay attention to snaps.
Here, I'm sending it to you guys. Where? There's one.
We don't have earplugs, so we gotta like turn the volume down or...
Yeah, that's been kind of a killer there. Because
But earplugs would also like soften snaps too.
I didn't have too much of an issue hearing snaps, even with earplugs in. But I know, like, running with Bubbles, you'd be like, did you hear that shot? And I'd be like, no.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the grass break and saw it break, but I didn't hear the snap or nothing.
When he sent me that, I was just dying. But yeah, we're just
definitely yes, because I heard the window break, but I thought it was like the mirror or something, like I brushed something.
yeah. As soon as I saw a little cowboy hat in there, I was like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like, well, maybe I didn't get shot in the cap, maybe it was just a bug. Happened to this car too.
I didn't know you were slow walking a door. Or...
Oh.
Just...
Yeah, no, I guess if we had known you were slow walking, we would have gotten gas.
Well, I did a couple laps around the forest, finding mushrooms.
Is the Gunter down there?
Yeah, it's back there, not too far.
I'll bring that up.
Yeah, I've just been doing a wide circle around you guys while we're waiting. And I'll finish one side, go over, and the other mushrooms have already respawned. I've gotten 5 mushrooms so far. And weirdly, I don't think you need to stand in place for long, because when I did my run back to base, I lived off of just running through the forest and picking up mushrooms.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really. Doesn't take too long. Oh, is it? It's still gas down there? Did it get regassed?
It's probably still gassed.
And where was the car?
The car's out to the right, like behind the houses.
I see it.
I feel bad though once
Can I cut through here?
Got to the back. I don't know about the front.
Yeah, run to the front. Let me know if there's an opening. Run.
I don't think you could fit through this little gap.
Alright, I'll go down farther.
It'd be close.
Sorry, Will. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, it's fine. It wasn't anything important at all. I totally didn't cook a whole batch of mushrooms that were already dried and burnt and ruin them.
You try to cook dried ones?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, so I was just unloading my inventory and started just cooking them. It was about, like, I want to say 6 mushrooms. There's a rock right here. I went late.
Yep, appreciate it.
Okay. Yep. I'm not tired, you're tired.
All I heard was rock, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, thank God, so it didn't come through that I just, like, slipped into Finley randomly?
I think I was more focused on the whole, like, there's a rock, like, 2 feet in front of me that I almost didn't see.
It's been so long I've been having to, like, do warm-ups again. And try to remember how she spoke.
Oh, I might still have to go out the back in this area.
I've been doing laps. I don't remember an opening.
Yeah, I could get through the opening if it wasn't for this wreck right here. This wreck is actually stopping you from getting a car through. Which is fine. So, okay, you can try to drive this Sarka until it runs out of gas.
Okay. On my way back.
Yeah, that's how much the Gunther had that I found.
Yeah, which it should get up to that northern gas station.
It'll go surprisingly far on this little amount.
It doesn't ruin the engine, right? Like driving on empty gas?
It just shuts off when you're out of gas.
Okay.
It's not like water. That'll just ruin it.
Do you want me to drive it?
No, it's fine. I'll take the rear, though.
And then yeah, if I was right, it should be just straight on this road out. Now I just gotta
Bugle.
find a way out of here.
Yeah.
Remember that we're gaming pals, and for whatever happens, I apologize. Can I not get out this way?
We can't get out. No, you gotta go that
This big one.
back gate.
Yeah, then you get to travel down the fence. And also keep your eye out for Brocs, because there's quite a few.
And hay bales.
Who would ever hit a hay bale?
I have no idea.
That never happens.
It's so hard not to... Like, I want to go fast.
Go fast.
I'm trying, it's just... Each time I hit past 70, I start, like, sliding around.
I'm at the gas station. There's a Sarka trunk hood here.
I think it... This one has one?
Grizz doesn't have one though.
No, Dougal just brought me one.
Oh. Well, you can have a spare.
Sorry, headache.
Or probably not, because this thing is huge.
I'm pretty sure hers doesn't, because I would have stole it if hers had one.
There's also 2 doors. Apparently, I see McDougal ghost riding that car. There is no driver.
Yeah, I saw that earlier with Grizz's car. It was just a ghost driver.
Yeah, you just completely pulled in there. You just Dougal in the passenger seat.
He's just that good at driving that the car drives itself.
He has one of them Teslas.
Oh, my sister, company car she rented this time around. It's one of those new Nissans.
One of the EVs.
And she was like, I think so. She was like, watch, it'll drive itself. And all she did is she set the driving, and then all she did is like press the top of her thighs up on the steering wheel, so it was registering that something was touching the steering wheel, and she pulled her hands off and it drove itself. Like, it slowed down when cars were near, it stayed in lane, it went the speed limit of every road we were on. And she was like, yeah, when I drove to Nebraska, I just played on my phone the whole time.
That's the thing you're not supposed to technically be doing.
Nope, but she did it.
You're still supposed to be paying attention to the road.
I don't.
I mean, I'm sure she glanced up.
I don't know if I can trust those things.
I get like my mother's has like the lane control thing. So if you start like going out of lane, it'll like pull you back in, and even that's a little jarring.
Oh, you had the jerry can. I was like, where is it?
Oh yeah, and I grabbed it so I could kind of like. So just we can kind of quickly do the gas part. So I think this is the one I'm holding right now is supposed to be for water or for fuel too.
Well, we took what, 3 out with us? One had gas, one we were like gas, and then 2 water.
And my other one that's in there has water.
So these will be the 2 gas, 1 water and then 1 gas.
Oh, we go through water more than we go through gas.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, should we fill 2 with water and 1 with gas?
We good. And then, honestly, I might head back up to camp.
Because it's late.
Almost 5 a.m.
It's late.
And been going for just shy of 9 hours.
Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. for me. So probably smart for us to wind down.
Because if we had to like Orvik and then like the city, it's gonna be like another.
That's
like,
a lot.
That's like another like 2-3 hours.
Yeah, I was just looking at the map and then I saw the time and I was like, ooh. At least I may stop through Rabbit. It's on the way. Unless, Dougal, Chris, are you guys gonna keep going?
Probably not.
That depends. Can you guys find your way back from here?
I've got the map on the side.
There's a 75% chance.
Yeah, like I could help navigate and sit in one of the cars if you wanted to take one of the cars with you.
But remember, it's almost 5 a.m., so let's go 65% chance.
No, I'm gonna walk.
No, you could just take the car.
I want to take the car. I want to take a new car.
Oh, what new car?
The one he finds.
Well, I'm sure I'll find one.
Okay, all right.
I mean, if he's
What do you
going
have
to,
for food?
if he's going out to the city, he's gonna find himself a car.
I got a jam. I got some mushrooms.
Some bacon? Do you want me to refill your water for you? I've got a canteen bowl.
Hey, there's water in mine as well if you
Got a
need.
canteen and a cooking pot full. I'm good.
All right. Do you need any ammo? Bandages. Good.
I've got two 60 rounds full
Let's
and
give
three
you this.
25 rounds full.
Just in case you decide to be crazy again.
Yeah.
Do you need a new gun cleaning kit? A fuller one?
Let's see on the map. We are there.
No. Just need to fix the suppressor real quick.
Alright, you're
Alright.
sure you're gonna be fine?
Oh yeah, I'll be fine.
Alright.
Might even beat you guys back.
Oh, probably. Smartass Dougal. Oh, are one of the jerry cans filled with gas?
Yes.
And the other two still empty?
Well, mine has some water. So I don't know if it's faster, but before you even get to Casina, there is a western turn you can kind of take that goes back up to Tripicha.
That's what we took here.
Is that what we took
With
here?
the scary hill.
It would be going down the hill.
Yeah, and then from Trivegabapa, we go
Slatina.
I'll take you to Slatina and then...
where we can fill up the jerry cans and then home.
Yeah, because if you wanted to do like Rabbit, that's kind of like going out of the way.
Yeah.
And it kind of looks like the turn we need is like partial pavement, then goes into dirt.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's roll.
Alright, so my sound is going to be low, so I may not hear cracks.
All of our sounds are usually down low.
I think this is new.
He already found something new.
I mean, I don't remember a military base being here.
Ooh, that was a bad headache.
Yeah, that might be new, yeah. Because I'm not even seeing a military thing on the map. I just see like a huntsman complex. Oh, even I got a headache there. This road should turn dirt.
side? Did you go right or did you keep going straight past the barn?
Just, past the barn.
Remember being backwards, but that's okay.
There's a Gunther here, but it needs everything.
Even if I took the wrong one, you just get to the end and then you still you just cut up north from there. But it does turn into a dirt road right here, so. Then when you come down a steep hill, remember, do not go straight down it.
I'll go full
full send? Yeah, go full send.
Yeah, like
send it.
70. Would you say like 75 is probably a sweet spot, like straight?
Yeah, maybe
too slow.
Yeah, maybe like
That's too slow.
95, maybe.
Okay.
Like top of that hill, 95, just full send.
Got it. All right. Just gotta make sure to build up speed.
I wonder if it's actually possible.
I don't think you could get this arc to 95 on a dirt road.
Probably not.
You're
But,
going downhill.
but do you think you could actually hit that hill enough that you actually would get air?
Yeah.
That might actually be kind of fun. I killed the car.
To get air?
But
especially with one of the train mods where you could drive better off-road.
Oh, the surface mod? Yeah. Just hit that top of that hill, go as fast as you can push like a Gunter.
A Gunthar?
Yeah, Gunter.
The Gunthar?
Gunter.
Gunthar.
Guntar.
There's a jump in Selena course.
Of course you'd know that. What jump?
I was just like down the main road and there's a hill, and if you hit it going any speed, you'll jump.
Oh shoot, I think I took the road that leads to Trebrinka. Oh well.
Oh
wait, no, that's the one that we want.
Yeah. You on pavement already?
No? Still dirt.
Okay. Yeah, when you get to the end of the dirt road, Then
I
go right.
crashed into something.
I mean, that's completely up to you.
No, like
I
I
mean,
just
I'm not-
crashed into something.
Oh, like ruin crashed?
I'm checking.
Did you hit a rock that was in the middle of the road?
I had a headache and shifted off to the side and hit a rock and the radiator's ruined.
Just the radiator? No, I haven't.
Oh wait, nope, and both wheels.
We have one Sarko wheel on me.
We can drive on the Rams, just go a little slower.
But I can swing back to give you the radiator.
I mean, do we want the Sarka that bad?
Yes, we need 50 cars up there.
I gave my disclosure
Just
that it's a gamble.
Grizz, don't hit me. Did you come down the hill already?
No. So that's the problem too, is I wasn't at the hill, so you'd have to like fight your way up the hill, or I could just run to the hill and we could ditch the Sarka.
I mean, we're already on our way back to the hill. And then we'll probably just run up the hill with the items that we need to give you. Did
Like a wheel?
Did you have an extra wheel in your Sarka, Grizz?
Grizz put it on the Sarka.
There's one in the Gunther.
There is one, yeah. I was just wondering if the if Grizz's Sarka had another spare.
No, but I did have another spare radiator and a battery. 2 batteries, actually.
I got a radiator in here.
And you said you had one wheel?
And one wheel, yeah. So you'll be, just don't take all of your bad ones off. You'll be riding your rims on one wheel.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna stay right here. Did I? Nope, fine.
Sorry, a combination of my net connection and potato computer caused this.
Put that there. Okay. I am running your way.
Okay. With a wheel?
It's in my bag.
Oh, got it.
Sorry, I gotta get her. Grizz, did you just continue on ahead?
No, I got stuck down here by this barn. I can't get up this hill unless I go.
Yeah, that one you would need speed, yeah. Okay, I think I might dump all this right here. Fit that radiator. I gotta carry that. I am on the way.
Okay, I feel terrible. You know when you like admin teleport when you're in a car and it slides?
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, that happens.
This is what epis are for.
Okay, that was weird. You did not load in for me, so all I heard were footsteps running past me.
Admin mode. There. You're it's gonna need a little bit more water, but you're like good.
Okay.
Cause it's like 80%, 90. Well, closer to 90.
Yeah, that'll be plenty to make it to Slatina, right?
Hey, Evan.
I feel terrible. I don't know what happened.
Hey, it's alright. I needed an excuse to use some drugs anyways.
Use some drugs.
Yeah, I took a little bit of an, an EpiPen.
Got to be careful with those.
I get
Give yourself
gets the heart going.
heart palpitations.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Not the palpitations.
That was a dangerous spot for you to stand.
Whoa.
I almost came flying down this hill.
I was trying to make sure that you didn't hit that dip.
And we're off again.
On the road again.
When you go by that one little check thingy there, be careful because the road does get a little bumpy. And then by the barn there is a rock in the road.
Okay.
And then when you get to the end of the dirt road, you will take a right.
Yeah, and then in Travinka, and then you take a left.
Pretty much.
When the road splits.
Yep, you take that left, and then you basically homeward bound.
Yep, yep. So feel free to fly, guys. I'm gonna take a while.
Oh, I'm cruising at a nice like 80, 85.
Nice. I'm in the 40 range.
Yeah, we don't cruise 80 in the circuit. It won't. It does 50 on dirt roads max, I think.
Oh,
Unless you're going downhill.
I was pushing that other circuit. Oh, that was shoes. Those are red shoes. We're grabbing those. Sorry, I found new shoes.
Oh, lucky. You stopped to loot, or did you like see him in a car?
They were on top of a car, and I totally stopped for them.
Did you look
Nice.
to see if there's wheels on that Sarka up there? On the
oh.
other side of the bus?
Actually, no, I didn't. Didn't even see it. Or I saw it and I didn't even like register it.
I don't know if there's something wrong, but it still shows you running around with a tire on your hand.
Oh, I need to like... Technically, I would need to pick up a tire and drop it. Darn. That sucker doesn't have anything.
Found the hanging man.
The stone arch?
No, on the river, on a log crossing these rocks.
Man, I still wish we could have played, like at least had that like race event on Deer Isle on the racetrack.
I never even got over there.
Yeah, you barely got to explore Deer Isle.
Spent a lot of time on the mainland.
That's where it's at.
Well, like the southern region, not so much like the northern part.
Yeah, the northern mainland is my favorite.
Same. So many different terrains up there. Like, I'm including the swamp. I know that's part of the southern mainland, but it's pretty north.
The Irish bug was actually pretty cool though.
And most of the northern mainland is just that big mountain for the one base.
Yeah. That was so fun.
Yeah, that base looks huge.
We had found a sea chest in it, and then we spent like 40 plus minutes walking through a labyrinth with it. Finally find the exit because the doors had closed, but there's an alternate exit you can take. And it was a thing that you had to jump down after crawling through a tunnel, and we could not get that chest out.
And this was where?
The military bunker that you have to open with a key card, and like the main doors only stay open.
What just got gassed?
Slatina, no. I think it was Slatina.
Yeah, it just fell behind me.
We just left Tim, didn't we? We were just
barely
leaving.
made it out.
I thought we just left Trib.
We did.
I don't see a gas thing for Trib. But yeah, like that even shook my screen.
Yeah, it's Slatina that got gassed.
Well, I'd be surprised if Slatina wasn't gassed. I swear that place gets gassed more than anywhere on the server.
It really does. I wonder if the well got gassed. It did not. Haha.
Yeah, the well should be fine. It's more in the northern part.
Are we further than I thought I was, Grizz?
I found where they're keeping the zombies.
That?
But you did finally? Because I didn't think we got through Slatina already.
Yeah, you were flying.
Pretty sure I just left Treb. Like, we're at the hospital, Blue Hospital building on the side of the road.
Oh, yeah, you're almost home.
Holy crap, a sheath.
We have so many. Do we? Wait, no,
If-
that's...
Do we?
No, knife sheaths? No. Those have been rare.
I'm thinking Nomalisk.
I think I...
Yeah, I mean, this is the first one I found.
Oh, I think I had one that was given to me.
Yeah, I gave you one.
And I might have died with it. I think I forgot to take that off.
Oh, I know what happened to your cooking pot, like rewatching the stream.
What happened with it? Did I die with it?
You emptied all your medication in the trunk, and then you died with the pot.
Oh. So I died with the pot and the burner on it.
Geez, it's kind of difficult to drive with four wheels
I guess I am. Or
in
other
the
than
forest.
because I'm not military obsidian already. I thought I had just left Treb.
Yeah, you're flying.
So I guess yeah, Grizz, that we just missed that by a hair.
Yeah, I was like really close. I was just downshifting, trying to get some speed going, and I looked at it behind me, and it, like my whole window was just almost yellow.
I just know that like I heard it land and like everything I kind of like had like a shake to it.
I just must like I know Grizz was close from what you said, but you must have been pretty close too.
Oh yeah, no, I heard like the little
Yeah, he was just a little bit in front of me.
Yeah, Grizz is actually keeping up with me here.
Well,
Wow.
Tell this dirt road.
Like the Sarkas are, I mean, they're not slow.
Not on pavement. It's the dirt roads. I can keep it in first and have it floored, and it holds just above the red line and drives about 40 miles an hour. But if I shift in the second, it'll drop. Unless we're going kind of like a downhill.
Not too shocked because the Olga and the Sarkas class names both have sedan in them, and then the Ada and the Gunter have off-road.
No, they're hatchback.
Is it? Oh, sorry, hatchback. Ada says
Ada's the off-road hatchback.
That's right. Well, yeah, because this one is the hatchback -02, I think. Is what they call a Gunter. Because, you know, class name wise, they couldn't just call it a Gunter or a Sarka or an Olga.
I got stuck just before going up that hill.
I couldn't help it. I'm looting medical. Hey, more blood kits.
I picked up another one too.
Oh, good. Pop it in the medical tent and I'll drain Ashling to like red before I log out.
Now the question is, where do I park?
Yeah, where are we gonna stuff these cars? Well, they had 2 spaces. Like when you first pull in, it was to the left by the trucks.
Did it become one of those things where you just park anywheres? Like, want to park in the middle of the lawn? Okay, go for it.
Need you guys to park in alphabetical order.
So it would first be alphabetical car type and then alphabetical color.
We're going by like name. Oh. Like if we're going off of like our names, that's pretty easy for me.
No, car name. Green Ada's first. Oh wait, no, I use blue Ada. Then the green Ada, then the white Ada.
Yay, finally military obsidian.
Hey, you're close.
Yeah.
think this is the time I want. But I feel like I had to do that, you know? It's kind of the way, you know, you're gonna enter night. That's a good way of ending the night.
Hey, Dougal.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Another one.
allowing us to use your plays.
Oh, it's fine. I moved out a long time ago.
Okay.
More of a summer home now.
You're more of a what now?
I said it's more of a summer home now.
Oh, yeah, mm-hmm.
Oh wait, actually, I still have my sheath. Never mind. I got my sheath. Oh, that's right. I died.
Oh, yay!
I died before I ended up picking up Grizz.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So I still have that sheath.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought, I didn't think you played anymore after, but...
Oh, are you talking to Dougal?
No, I did, because when I gave Banaynay that yesterday, and I think we all logged off at the same time except for maybe Dougal.
It's because he's a madman. So excited, almost home.
Good luck coming up those hills. They are a pain.
I mean, they're not terrible.
Just that last hill.
Shift. Like,
Well, what gets me is the one hairpin turn just before coming up that hill. Because if you're in shift when you do that, spin out. And then you gotta go all the way back, try to get speed to go again.
oh, please don't lag. Please don't lag here.
Oh, Grizz, that one's fine.
parking space is an issue.
Hold on. Stay where you are parked. Or driving. Stay right there.
Okay, I got confused.
Okay, I should have made room for you to kind of squeeze in between.
That's what she said? Trying to give enough space so you can still... Can you get out?
You're good. I'm kind of using like the doors as like a length guide.
Well, that's smart. Oh, when did we get a canopy, Ted?
By the one by the front door, I found it earlier. Or back door. Front door, whatever it is.
This place looks ridiculous. Not like, I didn't mean like bad, I just meant like it's an obscene amount of loot.
It's kind of an obscene amount of everything.
I mean, I don't know what I expected any different. We're from Project Omega, like it's a collective server of just loot hounds.
Who are used to who are like struggle sometimes a little bit with loot of like certain items.
Yeah.
Taking like a week to find like there's one thing you really wanted, but on like a vanilla wise, it's like you show up, you run through one town, and you're like, oh wow, I got everything I need.
Yep, all done. But we still act like that panic efficient like loot mode of hit town and yes, I'm gonna need this. I know I will need this. I don't need it now, but I will need it.
Like I was actually telling Will this yesterday that if we all like say, you know, Project Omega, the server wise wasn't a thing, and we all like were running as like a group on other servers, we would probably kind of like dominate a little bit because we'd be bringing in like 10 people minimum.
Yeah.
We were even talking about how like bizarre the group would be because of all the wildly different like personalities, so, but still insanely attached to one another.
Well, not only that, but like everybody like almost has their own skill too, like that they're like either like Bubble's really good at PvP probably. I mean, he could kill probably just about anybody.
Oh yeah, him and LB. Marbles is just an efficient looter. Well, I think all of us are, but some people are better than others, like Marbles, Dougal. Grizz, you're pretty stellar at it too.
Yeah.
Banaynay, you bring the entertainment and story.
Well, it's like, I bring getting lost and shooting freshies.
I think you bring some of the like skill behind it. Like, hey, you guys go right, flank them, white walls. I think you bring a lot of that too.
Oh, like Banaynay's like the strategist.
Yeah. Not on directions, but like just
no.
Military types.
Yeah.
I'm like upper middle management.
There you go.
So like, there's a lot of like, okay, here's the plan. Okay, let's go do this. Hey, let's go here. Let's accomplish this. Oh, we need these. Just, I probably won't sit around for like, 2 hours of like, organizing.
I will.
I'd fall asleep.
And that's okay.
Yeah, we got bubbles and wool for that.
Yeah, and Dougal is...
I mean, marbles and wool.
And Dougal is also, like, beyond just the loot. He has so much in-game knowledge.
I rely heavily on my navigators.
I've watched like every Robo video.
Every single one. I think I could do another blood bag. Let's try it.
I mean, if you get it wrong, the worst is going to happen is you die.
Well, what's weird is it didn't register to the second blood bag, so I'm still at white.
Could be a little risky.
Everything's very gray. Okay, I'm at yellow. I wonder if I could do another.
And then I did leave. There is a blood collection kit that's in the car because I did not have time to not time, but like the energy to throw stuff in the dump tent.
Okay, I'm at yellow. I could totally
I think
do
Marbles needs a new dump tent.
We might need a second dump tent.
More.
Yeah, we might need to use a second dump tent. All right, I'm gonna hop off here. I'll catch you guys later.
Have a great night. Thank you for playing.
Yep.
See ya.
All right, we've been going for a while tonight. Got a big, good amount accomplished there. Make sure my ending screen doesn't break tonight. And it works. I appreciate everybody coming out to hang out. Appreciate the follows, the new subs. Might be back later today for, to keep running. If I do, keep an eye on Twitter and also my Discord. Both will get announcements when I do go live. So, until then, I appreciate you guys, and I will catch you later.